Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. I understand Mr. Myers is excused this evening?
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Present.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. Bronga?
Present.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel?
Here.
Mr. Cross?
Here.
Mr. Voland?
Happy to be here.
Ms. Brawley?
Present.
Mr. Solt?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Olivia, Ivy, and Nick down to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and with respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We have no minutes of previous meetings, so Mr. Mayor, your report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you all here tonight. We've got a good crowd. Today, I accepted the resignation of Judy Elledge as Deputy Director of the Anchorage Public Library. I'm confident in the staff and Director McClure to continue leading our library successfully into the future. Judy's last day will be May 15th. I want to thank Judy for her service and for moving projects such as the future downtown library and the Alaska Room collection forward. And I personally wish her the best for her recovery from surgery. Now that the new members are officially seated, I've begun meeting with folks. This week, I had the chance to meet with and get to know members Johnson and member Martinez. I appreciated the conversations and thoughtfulness expressed by both members. To member Johnson, I appreciate our shared love of flying and the outdoors. I look forward to working with you on issues related to public safety and the port. To George, we go back a few years. I look forward to working with you on workforce development issues and ways we can keep our kids working and living and traveling on the buses here in Anchorage. To the other new members, my doors are always open. I look forward to connecting with each and every one of you and building our relationships here together. This week, my office decided to extend the application period the application period for the Mayor's Community Grants. The application period will remain open until this Friday, May 12th at 5 p.m. I encourage qualified nonprofits in Anchorage to apply. My administration recently conducted multiple job fairs at 2 high schools here in Anchorage. Through the work of our Chief Equity Officer, Junior Amavai, we hosted 2 job fairs, one at South High and the other at East High School. Nearly 500 kids attended and learned about exciting potential career opportunities working with the municipality. We continue to partner with the Anchorage School District on ways to build pathways to success for our high school graduates. As we all know, the number of individuals experiencing homelessness who are living on our streets currently has risen dramatically since the wind down of the Sullivan Arena. The need for permanent year-round shelter in our city is even more apparent than ever. We have an option to accomplish significant progress to address this long-standing community need before next winter. The NAB Center and shelter site at Tudor Elmore stands ready to be moved forward. We have the materials, we have the supplies, we have the site prepped, we have the building, we have the permits. We simply need now the community will to move forward. Having hundreds of individuals living in our green spaces, parks, and trails is not good for our community or them as individuals. It is not safe and is not humane. We have made progress with the hotel conversions and are now working aggressively to stand up the Golden Line as housing. But it is clear the need for shelter space still exists. I want us to find a path forward before next winter to ensure we are doing right by those who are the most vulnerable in our city. I will work with each and every one of you to accomplish this goal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bayer. Now to the Assembly Chair's report. Welcome and thank you for being here tonight, whether in person or online. This is the first meeting for many of our new members. So once again, I'd like to welcome the new Assembly members. As this is your first full meeting, I want to assure you that I plan to take it slow so that you're able to follow along and have plenty of time to ask clarifying and procedural questions. As a reminder, on this body, we use the term point of information to request the floor to ask for information relevant to debate. If at any time you need a clarification or information on what to do for a certain procedure, please don't hesitate to speak up. Recently, we passed the first quarter budget revisions and there were 2 mayoral vetoes. Those 2 items, we found other paths forward to address those items to allow the Assembly to effectuate its budget goals without the need to override the vetoes. We will be addressing the funding for the real estate consultant for the Holton Hills project with item 10E3 tonight, and funding for the short-term rental study will be on the May 23rd agenda. An AIM, an Assembly Information Memorandum, will be introduced at the June 6th meeting, documenting this process for the public record. I want to quickly address mayoral and assembly roles and executive appointments. Item 10B2 on the agenda is AR number 2023-167, a resolution expressing a lack of confidence in the Deputy Director of the Library Department and recommending her resignation. While we learned earlier today that the Library Deputy Director has resigned, this item will remain on the agenda. In preparation for that item, I want to review the standard municipal process for executive appointments. Under the Anchorage Charter, the mayor is responsible for appointing executive staff and for certain appointments, including the library director, but not the library deputy director. The Assembly is responsible for confirming those appointments. Once an executive is confirmed by the Assembly, they serve at the pleasure of the mayor, and their oversight moves outside of the Assembly's purview. The Assembly is able to provide input on municipal staffing issues by providing guidance to the administration through resolutions such as our recurring resolution establishing general labor relations policy guidelines and direction for collective bargaining and contract negotiations, and now this resolution. As a reminder, resolutions are not typically set for public hearing unless the body decides to set it as such. At this time, I'm going to provide a moment of personal privilege to Member Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to take a minute to be transparent and honest with folks. As the mayor alluded to in his remarks, things are a bit of a mess right now. I'm not going to deny it or make excuses. Do know, though, that both the Assembly and administration are working around the clock to try and mitigate the issues that we are seeing and do right by all parts of our community, our housed and unhoused neighbors. We can do better, and we are. With that, I do want to share with folks a website where you can find a wealth of information about what's going on. So, this is the municipality's homepage. From this, if we can go ahead and go to the Assembly page. And then if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see the hot topics. If you click on the homelessness page, that'll take you to the homelessness focus page for the Assembly. And on this page, you'll find more information than you ever wanted about the work going on. I just wanted to highlight 4 things relevant to the discussions that we've been having recently. First is the section on the right, the Sullivan is closed, now what? So that is a presentation that I invite folks to take a look at by clicking the Now What button. and it'll take you through a variety of actions that the Assembly has taken during the first quarter budget revision, and then some of the future work that's being planned. If we can go ahead and keep scrolling down. So this here is a chart that really talks you through a lot of the various initiatives that the Assembly is working on, from the Complex Behavioral Health Needs Community Task Force to the Sanctioned Camp Community Task Force to an issue with the Forest Park Mobile Home Park issue that has you've seen in the media, as well as the Clean Slate Strategy. If we can go ahead and scroll back up, please. So if you click on that Clean Slate Strategy button on the left, the yellow one, or gold, so this takes you to a website where we can go through the Clean Slate Strategy, the resolution that was approved in April, and the work that is going on to select and identify a permanent year-round low barrier shelter. As the mayor said in his remarks, we do need to identify and get to that shelter, and right now we are going through a process to determine what that shelter should look like, where that shelter should go, and all options, including the Tudor and Elmore Navigation Center, are on the table for that discussion. So I invite folks to go to that website. If you scroll down just a little bit, please, a little bit more, you will see a final draft timeline that was completed last week, and you'll see a series of Housing and Homelessness Committee meetings and town halls, basically now through August, early August. So if you want to get engaged in the conversation, this is a great way for you to learn more. And then if we can go back, please, to the homelessness focus page, one last thing. If you can scroll down, please. I think it's close to the bottom of the page. So this last little chart here talks about the municipalities and housing investments that have been made over the last few years, and details a lot of the federal funding that we've used with the ARPA funds, the 2 tranches there, and the different housing units and projects that we have invested in. So again, I encourage folks to learn more and get engaged in the process. There's so much going on. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So as always, we have a full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please keep the aisle clear, except when lined up to testify. Please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with members, hand it to the clerk for distribution. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called, so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If the rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules does not occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct your comments to me or other people on the dais. I will interrupt you if you are off topic. It is helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5. Assembly members do not typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion of public testimony. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is the public's time to speak. Thank you. Now we'll move on to committee reports. We'll start on this end of the dais with Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Committee assignments haven't been developed yet, but I did want to offer one note of appreciation to all committee staff. Thank you for all the work that you do. I'm looking forward to working on the committees with you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief update from the last Public Safety Committee meeting. We had a number of really important presentations. In particular, I wanted to share that on an issue that many of us have been following, body cameras, that the latest is that the Anchorage Police Department will proceed with the current policy as it exists. You can access that on our website, and that the cameras are being ordered, and they're finalizing who the vendor is very soon, and training will begin once that happens. So the latest is that we will see them proceeding forward. Negotiations with the union can continue, and our hope is that they can resolve that soon. If they can't, then they will go into mediation in the fall. So the latest is that we will proceed forward with the existing policy. And if you want more information, certainly reach out to the Anchorage Police Department for more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca?
So I'm just attending all committee meetings at this time, and later on assignments will be made. It's definitely been a deep dive, interesting learning all about our city.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there will be 2 meetings of the Assembly's Housing and Homelessness Committee this month. The regular meeting is going to take place on Wednesday, May 17th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall first floor, room 155. The agenda includes a discussion on alcohol tax funding of emergency shelter, a request for the administration on a code change to abatement, and the big topic will be the issues at Forest Park Mobile Home Park. The second meeting will be on Wednesday, May 24th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., where we will talk about housing, and more housing, with a look back at the tens of millions we've appropriated on housing over the last few years, and taking a look at other housing opportunities within the municipality so we can get a full picture of the total resources we have. We'll also have a presentation from OCS so we can begin the conversation to talk about the intersectionality of foster care and homelessness. The Assembly created 2 task forces last month, the Sanctioned Camp Community Task Force and the Complex Behavioral Health Needs Community Task Force, which had their first meetings last week and will be meeting weekly throughout the rest of this month. You can find the notices for these meetings on our public notice page. These are community task forces, so folks are invited to attend and be a part of the conversation. Last, I'd like to ask the clerk to add me as a co-sponsor to 10 Bravo 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yes, the Community and Economic Development Committee met on May 4th. That's spiraled off to several different work sessions we're having on that committee. So the CDC meets regarding Title 21 and Title 23 business licensing, and a lot of our effort has been in looking at Title 21 and the unintended consequences of complicating construction for triplexes, fourplexes, and multifamily. We have a very large omnibus coming out that's going to make some significant strides in that to try to increase what we call infill within the municipality of Anchorage, allowing for more units to be built. A lot of work has been done by this Assembly and the CEDC, and there's a lot of work sessions that take place. So, and I know that we have, it kind of touches base on many of the other different committees that we have, but making great strides. A lot is coming. I look forward to presenting to the Assembly as well as the people here, people of Anchorage, some great changes that we're making on Title 21 and land use in order to make it a little easier to develop in Anchorage, or a lot easier to develop in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the Health Policy Committee, we touched on a lot of topics. We heard our standing report from the director of the Anchorage Health Department. We heard a presentation from the Health Department on some of the alcohol tax grantee recipients, what the criteria was for selecting them and how they fit into the various buckets of the alcohol tax. So that was very helpful for us. Appreciate that. We did hear an update on the commencement of the Behavioral Health Task Force that Member Rivera mentioned. We also discussed some workforce issues that the contractor at the Anchorage Sleep-Off Center has been having, but they were able to reassure us that they will be staffing up and getting back to being fully operational here very soon. And then we also discussed a couple community council resolutions calling for Assembly confirmation of the Chief Medical Officer position in the municipality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No reports, but I'll echo the comments of my colleagues about the importance of committees and looking forward to digging in on all the work that's happening already. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to report that the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation meeting is tomorrow from 8:30 to 10, and they'll have a presentation from ASD on College Career Life Academies program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'll just report back to the members that we're in final review of committee positions, and hopefully by Thursday's Rules Committee we will have an established setup for folks. Maybe we can move on to discussions of some of the liaison organizations, but hopefully we'll have it done this week.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And I will report that on May 18th from 11 to 12, there's an Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee meeting of the whole, as well as a Budget and Finance Committee meeting of the whole. And this Friday is an item of interest. There's a 3-hour work session regarding the Port of Alaska from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at City Hall. With that, we will move on to, before we go to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to address the late on the table items, which incorporates any late on the table items into the agenda. First, I'm going to read the supplemental items into the record, and then we will move on to the action items. First item is Information Memorandum Number AIM, unnumbered, resignation of Anchorage Public Library Deputy Director. And that will be item 10, Bravo 2A. The other supplemental item is supplemental to item 14B, and it's ordinance number AO 2023-57S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 4.05.080, 4.60.030, 4.60.040, and 4.60.060 regarding the quorum required for boards and commissions, addressing voting procedures, respective powers of certain program and advisory boards. The next 3 items are for action. Unnumbered resolution, AR 2023, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage supporting Alaska renewable energy bills, legislation to establish a green bank, House Bill 154 and Senate Bill 125, and legislation to extend and fund the Renewable Energy Fund, House Bill 62 and Senate Bill 33. What is the will of the body?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
A motion to lay this item on the table a motion has been made and seconded. Mr. Rivera, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this resolution is timely because the legislature may or may not be out of session by the time our next meeting occurs on May 23rd, and they are quickly moving through finishing up their bills in Juneau. So I think it behooves us to get our opinion on these bills before then. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on this motion to lay this item on the table.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item is laid on the table, the vote of 11-0. The next item is an unnumbered resolution. Resolution number AR unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of designation of Anchorage as a regional technology hub by the U.S. Economic Development Administration. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to lay this item on the table and a second. Mr. Voland, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is timely because there is a community organization that is looking to apply for Anchorage to be designated as a regional technology hub, and the application window is right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
That item passes 11-0. For this next item, I'm going to pass the gavel to Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. The next item before us involves an issue around homelessness that is directly related to my primary employment as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and I would ask to be excused.
Thank you. Concurrent with the previous rulings, you do have a conflict, and I will ask you to be excused. So we'll wait a second. All right. So next we have before us a numbered AR 2023, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage requesting support of state and federal government to assist in addressing the homelessness crisis in Anchorage by advocating for changes in state and federal law, regulation, and policy. Is there a motion to lay on the table?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Who would like to speak to the urgency motion to lay on the table?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Starting back in March with Ms. Gwynn Davidson and myself meeting with Senators Sullivan and Murkowski, we presented the case to them, and I also presented it to Secretary Fudge. Senator Sullivan has been pushing us to provide him a communication so that he can leverage a conversation with Secretary Fudge, and his staff has made it clear all due haste is in order, and I would ask for your support.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 0, this item is laid on the table. Ms. Zalatel, thank you.
And I have a point of information, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Volin.
For the resolutions for action that were just laid on the table, can we get those numbered?
Yes, of course. So resolution establishing a new renewable energy bill is item 10 Bravo 3. Resolution in support of designation of a regional technology hub is 10 Bravo 4. And the resolution requesting support around homelessness is 10 Bravo 5.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, may I please have a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items as printed and distributed?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera has moved to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items and seconded by Mr. Volin, asking for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, those items are incorporated. Now we'll turn to appearance requests. Our first appearance request this evening is by Charles McKee. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the municipal clerk. My last address was March 7th, and by the 10th of March, I was shown a door at Alex Hotel with my comments directly related to that. The man that showed me the door was Ryan, who was my first roommate, and I got him removed from the room because he was smoking crack, he was smoking cigarettes, and he was a methadone user on a daily basis. They removed him, not from the building, but up to the 3rd floor. So they coddled him. His relationship is to a man that helped sponsor in a heavy manner toward the Alaska Blood Bank. And he also has a pastor representing Independent Baptist Church here in Anchorage, and another man on the East Coast as a congressman in Massachusetts. So he's a fairly well-connected individual. And so he showed me the door, the 10th. Unknowingly, when I came back, they had bagged up my possessions in that room as if it was garbage and said I was no longer wanted a tenant in that facility. I had received Jesus Christ as my Lord when I was 15 at the Portland bus depot, Greyhound bus depot, and later on I had ran into this man, young man, who's 17, and he come to my dad's store on Spenard Road across from old fire station. And next door was a pool hall. He come to me, and he got a minute. Yes. So I left the building and speed walked with him to a block away to a house. He goes inside. I want to show you something. He grabs his sister's junk, grabs his kid, and he shoots up in front of me. I didn't know that he was going to kill himself at that moment, but he wanted to show me what he got involved with. And they were selling heroin balloons at $5 a balloon at that time, and this was in the 70s. So I mentioned that activity March the 7th. So this man committed suicide, but telling me he was tired of chasing the dragon. And when he pulled the rubber band off his arm, he said, I want you to leave and don't come back. I never saw him again. That was when I was 17.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. The next appearance request is Brian Wygand. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Podium's kind of short, but that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Brian Wygand. I got an extra second or two, so I'll wait, you know.
All right.
I'll start over. Good evening. My name is Brian Wygand, and I'm a municipal employee and a member of AMEA. I'm here to update you on where AMEA is on AO 2023-17 and AO 2023-23, and then invite you to develop a strong warfare for the municipality of Anchorage. First, AMEA has not come to an agreement or met with this administration at all on the parental leave and the 2 holidays, Juneteenth and Indigenous People Day. AMEA has sent numerous letters to this administration saying that we are ready to add these benefits. The 2023 holiday cheat sheet was sent out to all the time administrators. Only non-reps, execs, and the firefighters will receive these holidays currently. I am here to ask this assembly for help. I'm sorry? I'm here to ask this assembly for help and clarity so that all municipal employees get these benefits. As a member of AMEA, I strongly believe that it is essential to keep union work union and not contracted out to third-party consultants. It costs the municipality of Anchorage more to hire a contractor than to pay a union employee. And with outside firms competing for municipal contracts, our money doesn't stay within the city. Most consulting firms share the workload with their employees in the lower 48. The billable rate for contracts has risen on average between 5% and 8% per year, yet AMEA employees on average receive only 1.2%. The municipality can't afford to offer these employees a living wage, therefore attracting and retaining workers, and still pay less than the high cost of third-party consultants. Investing in a municipal workforce develops employees who are likewise invested in the municipal success, not private profits for their shareholders. Without work, potential workers, such as recent graduates at UAA's health services or engineering programs, leave, and the municipality loses new energy and the chance at innovation. When experienced workers leave, the municipality loses institutional knowledge and experience. Next time you see a new contract or amendment for professional services, please take a closer look and ask this administration, can this job be performed by an MOA employee? Please join us in developing a better MOA for workers and the public. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we're going to turn to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to the approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I'm going to now go down the dais and ask members if they have any items they would like to pull, and I'd like to start on the phone with Mr. Constant.
No items right now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10A3.
10A3. Thank you. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull 10A1 and 10A4.
Items 10A1 and 10A4. Thank you. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 10D11 and 10B4.
10 Bravo 4 and 10 Delta 11. Thank you. Mr. Cross?
Yes, I'd like to pull 10A2 and A7 for reading, and item 10 Bravo 1.
Item 10A2, 10A7, and 10 Bravo 1. Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull items 10A5, 10B5, 10D11, 10D15, 10F2, and 10G1.
Okay, I have items 10A5, 10 Bravo 5, 10 Delta 11, along with Mr. Voland, 10 Delta 15, 10 F2, and 10 G1. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
No additional items.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca?
No additional items?
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Yes, 10A6 for reading, 10B2, I believe 10B1 was already pulled, correct? And 10D12. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I have item 10A6, 10 Bravo 2, 10 Delta 12. Mr. Martinez, would you like to pull any items?
Just to confirm that 10 Bravo 4 was pulled?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Matthews, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
No.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back through the list. On 10A, I have items 1 through 7. 10 Bravo, I have Okay, on 10A, we have items 1 through 7. On 10 Bravo, we have 1, 2, 4, and 5. On 10 Delta, 11, 12, 15. 10F, we have 2. And on 10G, 1. Are there any other items members would like to pull? Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you want to pull item 10 Bravo or Delta 1? I just want to make sure I heard correctly. I think you asked if 10 Bravo 1 had been pulled, but we want to verify.
Let me just have it. Yes, I was verifying 10 Bravo 1 had been pulled.
Okay, it has. Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, may I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Voland, asking for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the motion passes. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have now been passed or accepted. All right, we will now turn to the pulled items in the consent agenda. First item before us is item 10A1, resolution number AR 2023-155, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May as Bike Month in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Seeking unanimous consent? Okay, that item passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading, Madam Chair, and Ms. Brawley will be presenting. And I maybe missed my opportunity, but I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to this item.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. So noted. Anyone else like to be added as a co-sponsor? Ms. Bronga, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Perez-Verdia, Mr. Johnson, myself, everyone. Mr. Constant, would you like to be added as a co-sponsor as well?
Yes.
Okay, everyone. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, we like bikes. Okay, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating May as Bike Month in Anchorage. Whereas biking is an economical form of transportation that encourages physical activity, positive mental health, and enjoyment of the municipality of Anchorage's scenic beauty. And whereas throughout the month of May, residents will experience the joys of biking through educational programs, commuting events, and simply getting out and going for a ride. And whereas Bike to Work Day is on May 19th, an annual event with thousands of participants. And whereas the municipality's trail system connects activity-friendly routes to everyday destinations and attracts bicyclists each year, providing economic health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas creating a bike-friendly community has been shown to improve resident and employee health, well-being, and quality of life, growing our economy, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads, and reducing vehicle emissions and improving air quality, thereby improving public health. And whereas local biking organizations, municipality departments, hospitals, businesses, and civic groups will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2023. And whereas these groups also help promote bicycle tourism to attract more visitors to enjoy our local restaurants, hotels, retail establishments, and cultural and scenic attractions. And whereas the municipality is dedicated to promoting greater public awareness of bike safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities, and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize May 2023 as Bike Month in Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May 2023.
Would someone like to say a few words? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Amy Brown. And I am the environmental health educator at the health department, and I would like to invite everyone to participate in Bike to Work Day on May 19th.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Emily Weiser. I'm the board president of Bike Anchorage. I'm here with Deborah Barrera, our executive director. So Bike Anchorage is partnering with the health department to run Bike Month this year. We hope to see you all out there. There are a bunch of kids at Bike to School Days. There was a bike rodeo. There were some bike safety classes for kids. There's a bike social hour for seniors. There's yoga for cyclists. And of course, there's Bike to Work Day. So there's really something for everyone. We also have the AMATS Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee is hosting a Bike Ped Safety Forum on May 22nd. We'd love to see you all there. It's a virtual event. May is a great time to be outside because spring is here, the daylight's coming back, it's getting warmer, great time to be out on a bike, and a good time to celebrate the joy of biking with Bike Month. But it's also a call to action. Today at lunchtime, a bicyclist was hit by a driver in my neighborhood. She sustained life-threatening injuries. I found out about this when someone texted me to ask me if I was okay, because this was very close to my house. So as we celebrate bicycling this month, I also want everyone on the Assembly and all across Anchorage to join us in making Anchorage safer for everyone who uses our transportation system, so that nobody ever has to ask a friend if they're okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next item is item 10A2, resolution number AR 2023-159, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring May 20, 2023 as Kid to Parks Day in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Oh, sorry, Member Cross. So moved by Member Cross, seconded by Member Voland. It will take me a minute to catch everyone's voices now. Seeking unanimous consent? Okay. Resolution number AR 2023-159 is approved. Who's reading? Who is presenting?
I'll be reading.
Great. Please come forward.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipality Assembly recognizing and honoring May 20th, 2023 as Kids to Park Day in Anchorage. Whereas Kids to Park Day, organized by the National Park Trust, is a national day of outdoor play that connects kids and families with their local state and national parks and public lands. And whereas the mission of Kids to Parks Day is to foster future outdoor enthusiasts and help develop the next generation of park stewards by engaging kids in memorable outdoor experiences. And whereas park and places that encourage stewardship, recreation, learning, social interaction, and community engagement, creating spaces where multiple generations, ethnicities, and individuals create harmony. And whereas the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department embodies the spirit of Kids to Parks Day by beautifying our parks, operating year-round recreation programs, supporting community gardens, dog parks, the youth employment and parks program, special events, and the support of hundreds of volunteers who create, facilitate park operations and program instruction throughout Anchorage. And whereas Anchorage residents and visitors have access to 10,946 acres of municipal parkland, 224 parks with 82 playgrounds, 250 miles of trails and greenbelts, 110 athletic fields, 5 pools, and 11 recreation facilities. And whereas the Anchorage Parks Foundation partners with the Municipal Parks and Recreation Department on park and trail improvement projects to provide community events throughout the year, including summer concerts in the parks, bike days, holiday trails, and race events. And Kids to Parks Day is a celebration of all people involved in making our parks welcoming, engaging community spaces, and an opportunity to recognize everyone who enjoys Anchorage parks. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly hereby recognizes and honors May 20th, 2023 as Kids to Parks Day in Anchorage.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Tell them your favorite park. My name is Nick. My name is Nick, and my favorite park is Ocean View. Good job. Okay, Ivy. My name is Ivy, and my favorite park is South Anchorage Sports Park.
My name is Olivia, and my favorite park is Cargotch Teen Park.
Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate the recognition. I think this is fantastic. We have some amazing park assets, and I think calling attention to them, especially as summer comes, is fantastic. I think more and more as time goes on, we have more digital kids that pursue, entertainment and phones and televisions, and well, I guess that's not new, but I think it's wonderful to get them outside, and as the resolution calls attention to be the future stewards of these spaces, which I think are a treasure of the community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braniff.
My name is Erin Kirkland. I am a longtime parks and outdoor advocate for kids in all of Alaska, but primarily Anchorage. I'm a resident of Scenic Foothills. The very first Kids to Parks Day was about 10 years ago and was me at Little Dipper Park with a folding table and cookies to entice the neighborhood kids. And I am so thankful for this body for recognizing the value of our outdoor spaces and parks. These are the future stewards of our city, and you just heard from them what their favorite parks were, so I think we're in good shape. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item before us is item 10A3, resolution number AR 2023-160, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 14 to 20, 2023 as Police Memorial Week and remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service of our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Solt and seconded by Mr. Voland. Seeking unanimous consent. Resolution AR 2023-160 passes. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading and Mr. Johnson will present.
Great, thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 14th and 20th, 2023 as Police Memorial Week and remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community. Whereas Police Memorial Week is an opportunity to pay tribute to the memory of fallen law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our community, and to recognize those who currently serve by enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our community safer. And whereas the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage fulfill an important civic responsibility by supporting the work of law enforcement and protection of our community. And whereas behind the name of each officer who died in the line of duty lies a story of courage and devotion, as well as a deep sense of loss for the service, the country, and above all, for friends, family, and partners. We can never repay these gallant men and women for their service, nor adequately comfort their families. We can only honor their memory in our determination to forge a stronger, safer community which they helped purchase with their lives. And whereas since 1897, 68 law enforcement officers have fallen statewide, including the following Anchorage Police Department officers who gave their lives in the line of duty. Chief John J. Sturgis, 1921. Chief Harry C. Cavanaugh, 1924. Officer Benjamin F. Strong, 1968. Officer William G. Falmer, Jr., 1970. Officer Jonathan P. Flora, 1975. Officer Harry Keir, 1980. Officer B. Hanson, Jr., 1986. Officer Louis G. Mizell, 1989. Officer Dan R. Seeley, 1996. Officer Justin T. Woolham, 2001. Now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors all those officers who have died in the line of duty by recognizing May 14th to the 20th, 2023 as Police Memorial Week. Be it further resolved that the Anchorage Assembly encourages all residents to thank the men and women who serve our community and protect our citizens, and to remember and honor the fallen who gave their lives in this service. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May, 2023.
Well, I want to thank you. I'm going to send out a last-minute invitation here to everybody. Tomorrow, May 10th, we are celebrating the Alaska Police Memorial Day. It'll be held at 3 p.m. at the Alaska Police Memorial in front of the Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory at 4805 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. Everyone's invited to attend, including the millions of people watching this on YouTube right now. But I just want to thank you guys.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2023-161, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 15th as Hmong American Veterans Memorial Day in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no objection, resolution number AR 2023-161 passes. Who is reading and who is presenting? Ms. Brawley is reading, Mr. Voland is presenting. Please go ahead.
Whereas, beginning in the early 1960s, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency recruited and trained close to 100,000 Hmong tribesmen as special guerrilla units to engage the North Vietnamese Army in Laos. And whereas, the U.S. relied heavily on Hmong special guerrilla units to conduct tactical guerrilla actions, protect U.S. personnel, guard U.S. Air Force radar installations, gather critical intelligence, fly thousands of combat and rescue missions, and fight in conventional and guerrilla combat, and whereas Hmong soldiers suffered severe casualties, including 40,000 killed, 50,000 seriously injured and disabled, and 3,000 missing in action, but due to the covert nature of the U.S. war effort in Laos, the full story of the sacrifices and service of Hmong veterans remains largely untold. And whereas thousands of Hmong soldiers and family members had to flee their homelands at the war's conclusion to avoid acts of retribution, and many of them eventually relocated in the United States, including Alaska, and whereas Anchorage is home to over 6,000 Hmong who enrich the fabric of our community as they proudly share their history, culture, and tradition of service, and it is important for future generations of Alaskans to learn the full history of the Hmong people's honorable service to the U.S. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes May 15th as Hmong American Veterans Memorial Day and urges all residents of Anchorage to remember and honor the Hmong veterans for their service and sacrifice with appropriate ceremonies and activities. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May, 2023.
Thank you. Next, we have before us item 10A5, resolution number AR 2023-170, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Reed W. Smith for his service to the Anchorage Opera. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Voland. Seeking unanimous consent. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Madam Chair, I think some members wanted to be added to this. Can we create an opportunity for that?
Yes, please.
I would like to be added.
Okay, Mr. Perez-Verdia, Mr. Martinez,
Likewise.
Mr. Stolt.
Same.
Okay, Ms. Brawley and myself. And it looks like everyone. Mr. Constant, are you okay being added to this resolution?
Yes.
Okay, everyone, please. Who is reading and who is presenting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be reading, and I'm not... Wonderful.
Okay. And just so I fully do my job, resolution number AR 2023-170 passes. Mr. Rivera, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Reed W. Smith for his service to the Anchorage Opera. Reed W. Smith, the longest-serving CEO in the history of Anchorage Opera, has been a dedicated leader, whereas, guiding the company with distinction for 9 years, and whereas under Reed's leadership, Anchorage Opera has gone from insolvency to prosperity, bringing high-quality performances, including the Alaska premieres of 6 operas and cultural enrichment to the community. And whereas Reed has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to excellence, integrity, and inclusivity, fostering a culture of collaboration, respect, and creativity within the organization and in the community. And whereas under Reed's leadership, Anchorage Opera committed to civic practice through opera by programming socially relevant new works, addressing pressing issues and causes to serve marginalized and/or underserved communities in Alaska, as evidenced most recently by the U.S. premiere production of Missing by Marie Clements and Brian Current, which gives voice to the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And whereas Reed's passage of the arts and his tireless efforts have inspired countless individuals in the arts and non-arts communities alike, including fellow leaders in Alaska Native organizations, social services, and government, as well as opera performers, staff, volunteers, and audiences. And whereas Reed is an active member of Anchorage East Rotary and a Paul Harris Fellow exemplifying service above self. And whereas Reed has elevated the status of Anchorage Opera worldwide through his numerous recognitions in his over 22 years in the opera industry, including a Distinguished Service Award from Opera America. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Reed W. Smith is recognized for his years of service and his exceptional leadership, which has helped shape Anchorage Opera into the internationally renowned organization it is today. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May, 2023.
Bravo.
Welcome. There's a green button there on the microphone.
Thank you, members of the Anchorage Assembly. I am humbled by this resolution and the recognition it bestows on me. In particular, I would like to thank Assemblyman Felix Rivera and the Anchorage Arts Alliance for putting forward this resolution. It has been my profound honor to have led Anchorage Opera for the past 9 seasons. The progress the company has made during my tenure is not just due to my efforts alone, though. I have enjoyed the support of a wonderful board of trustees and a dedicated staff, including my wife of more than 40 years, Judy. Thank you all. Anchorage Opera is grateful for the financial support of individuals, local and national foundations, corporations, and government sources, including the municipality of Anchorage, whose support during the worst of the pandemic was crucial to our survival. Thank you. The Anchorage Arts Alliance has more than 20 member organizations who collectively strive to keep the arts in Anchorage thriving. We came together soon after the COVID-19 pandemic forced us to diminish or cease our operations. We meet monthly to exchange information, hear from guest speakers, and discuss how we can increase awareness of all we do as arts organizations in and for Anchorage. Study after study has shown that thriving cities always have a robust arts sector. I think this has certainly been true for the great city of Anchorage, and it is my fervent belief that the futures of the municipality of Anchorage, its arts sector, and Anchorage Opera are very bright indeed. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
Thank you. I think we want to keep you at the dais, please.
Yeah, come back
or
up,
up
Reed.
to the podium. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Reed, so much for your years of service. This is the first of what I hope are many resolutions honoring the artists in our community and hopefully bringing some of that art into our chambers. A big thanks to those who helped to make this happen, and I'm looking forward to making this a new tradition of the Assembly. Now we have a little bit of a treat for folks. We will be having a live performance. So we are going to have Luke Honig, a tenor, accompanied by Sarah Cleary. The song Luke is going to be singing is from The Elixir of Love by Dozzanetti. In it, he sings of a tear that he sees in the eye of the person he loves. But rather than an expression of sorrow, it tells him that he is loved. Luke chose to sing it because it sums up how many in the community feel about Reed's retirement. We're shedding a tear that he's leaving, but only because he is loved so much. Oh, and by the way, The Elixir of Love is the first opera in Anchorage Opera's upcoming season, and Luke will be singing the leading role in it. So, Luke, Luke does not need a mic. Go ahead.
Wow, thank you so much. What a treat. Thank you for arranging that, Mr. Rivera. Our next item is item A6, resolution number AR 2023-171, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez Verdia, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent. That item, AR 2023-171, passes unanimously. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading. Mr. Martinez will be presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas 47,000 persons who trace their roots to Asia and the Pacific Islands make their homes in Anchorage, consisting of vital part of Anchorage's diverse ethnic and social fabric, whose languages, cultures, and religious beliefs enrich our community in countless ways, and Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders' love of family, community, and hard work embody the founding principles of our city, state, and nation, with Asian American and Pacific Islander entrepreneurs strengthening our economy and community through hard work, dedication, and ingenuity. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month provides an opportunity to provide the study of Asian American and Pacific Islander history and culture, and the importance of education, history, ethnicity in creating role models and establishing a proud cultural identity. And whereas the Polynesian Association of Alaska, Alaska Federation of Filipino Americans Incorporated, Korean American Community of Anchorage Incorporated, and Korean Cultural Center Alaska will be hosting an Asian and Pacific Island Cultural Flag Day celebration at Delaney Park Strip on Saturday, May 20th, 2023, to commemorate the arrival of the first Japanese immigrant to this nation on May 7, 1843. The Chinese workers who built the Transcontinental Railroad completed on May 10, 1869. The first Filipinos who landed at Morro Bay in California in 1587, and the first settlement of Filipinos in North America in 1763 in southern Louisiana, and the first raising of American flag over Tutuila Island on America Samoa on April 17, 1900. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have a strong and long tradition of military and public service, with many serving as public employees and first responders in Anchorage, and many serving or having served in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have distinguished themselves as community leaders in Alaska, including the recent election of Genevieve Mina as Alaska's second ever Filipino-American state representative from Anchorage, and re-election of Scott Kawasaki as the state senator from Fairbanks, and the appointment of Junior as Anchorage's chief equity officer. And whereas the 32nd Alaska State Legislature passed legislation honoring Korean Anchorage resident Insuk Bayak for her annual Thanksgiving meal drive by naming a bridge in Mountain View in her honor, the first bridge named after a Korean American in the United States. And whereas Emma Broyles, the Anchorage was the first Alaskan and first Korean American to be crowned Miss America in 2022. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly, in recognition of the many contributions and achievements of Anchorage's Asian American and Pacific Islander residents, past, present, and future, recognizes May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May 2023.
Welcome. Be sure to press the button so the microphone turns on, the green one. It's down at the base. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Luciana Hansen. I am the CEO for Polynesian Association of Alaska, and I am so grateful to be here to accept this resolution, and I thank the Assembly for working with us, especially Rivera. Thank you for working with us on trying to get this through. And we encourage all of our City of Anchorage, everybody that is free on the 20th of May, come downtown at the Park Strip, 12 o'clock till 6, to join with us and celebrate this special event. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Ki Getty. I'm the past president of the Korean American Community of Anchorage. I'm the current president of the Korean Cultural Center Alaska. As I stand here, I feel honored to receive this recognition, the recognition of rich heritage of Asian American Pacific Islanders and the contributions that we have made individually and collectively I feel more committed to play our part to enrich our city, lift up each other, empower each other to turn this city into a powerhouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
My name is Uluau Junior Amavai, Chief Executive Officer of Municipality. I want to thank every single one of you guys for playing a part and a role in this. Also want to thank the mayor as well, playing a role, also the team. But just want to say thank you for allowing me to be able to serve in the current role that I'm playing as the highest ranked Samoan born in Samoa, to be able to impact this community and give hope to those in my heritage, to be able to serve in this community as well, and to be able to do good, to join forces with you and also with other officials to make a big impact not only here in Anchorage, but Alaska and also for the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Next item we have before us is item 10A7, resolution number AR 2023-172, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers 31st Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 13, 2023. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Voland, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no objection, resolution number AR 2023-172 is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I am presenting. Johnson is reading. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers 31st Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 13th, 2023. Whereas the National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive is held annually on the second Saturday in May and is the largest one-day food drive in the nation with local efforts in more than 10,000 cities and towns across America, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. And whereas 1 in 8 Americans face hunger daily, and the food drive is to remind everyone that they can show kindness and empathy to fellow citizens by donating food to help many struggling Americans. And whereas Saturday, May 13th, 2023 will be the 31st anniversary of the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive, and with the help of local postal employees and volunteers from Alaska, Florida, and Maine, Hawaii, letter carriers will again collect and provide non-perishable food donations to local food pantry partners. And whereas last year the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive collected over 75.7 million pounds of non-perishable food, contributing to more than 1.75 billion pounds collected since the pilot drive began in 1991 and has become the nation's largest single-day food drive. And whereas donations to the local food pantry partners generated by the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive are critical to the operation of the partner agencies who provide food annually for an estimated 51,900 unique households, or almost 155,000 people statewide. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supports and applauds the cumulative success of the annual food drive. Residents of Anchorage are encouraged to join in this community effort through their donations of non-perishable food left at mailboxes and in the U.S. post offices. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of May 2023.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Tommy Devros, and I am the president of the National Association of Letter Carriers, Branch 4319 here in Anchorage, although we do cover Wasilla down to Homer. I would like to thank the Anchorage Assembly for their continued support for the Letter Carrier Food Drive. As mentioned, this is our 31st anniversary. Letter carriers are in every neighborhood 6 days a week. Carriers create special bonds with their customers. Carriers see the need and the struggles of families that have to decide whether they feed their family or pay that bill. That is why this food drive is such a natural fit for carriers to help out, and they're happy to do it. The food we collect this Saturday goes to our partner agencies and back into our community. This year, here in Anchorage, we're partnered with Alaska Behavioral Health, Alaska Workers Association, Beans Cafe and the Children's Lunchbox, Fellowship in Serving Humanity, or FISH, Lutheran Social Services, Mountain Coast Vineyard, and St. Francis House. Our food drive's timing is crucial. Food banks and pantries often receive the majority of their donations during the winter holiday season. By springtime, many pantries are depleted, entering the summertime low on supplies at a time when many school breakfast and lunch programs are not available to children in need. Participating is simple. Just leave non-perishable food donations in a bag by your mailbox or at your local post office this Saturday, May 13th, and your letter carrier will do the rest. Again, letter carriers, thank you for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to resolutions for action. Item 10, Bravo 1, resolution number AR 2023-164, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly providing that evaluation committees for the legislative branch's request for proposals be designated by the Assembly Chair. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Perez Verdia. This item was polled by Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant, would you like to speak to it first, and then I'll turn to Mr. Cross?
Sure. So, starting as far back as July 2021, this administration has taught us many important lessons in the separation of powers. And as we continue the march forward, working to create a path that we can work together, it's become clear that certain issues are still not quite working right. And one of them in particular is when the Assembly branch is proposing to move forward with solicitations for certain services. There are times when we find ourselves adverse to the interests of the administration, and the purchasing director reports directly and serves at the pleasure of the mayor. The code provides that the charter provides that the Assembly is a separate branch of government. And so, in the best interest of the Assembly, to be able to establish the evaluation committees and the memberships and the participants that the branch sees fit to ensure that the proper contractors are selected through the competitive process. Now, there are those who believe that we should simply always allow the purchasing director to determine who sits on a panel, and that's a policy call of this body. This is a resolution. Council has suggested this would be better as an ordinance, and it will come back as an ordinance. But in the short term, this document, this resolution states clearly that if the solicitation is for the legislative branch, then the legislative branch can determine the evaluation committee.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
Yes. I'm not sure. I understand part of the concern, but I guess I don't want to debate this or the resolution with the administration here. So I would move to postpone to June 20th and maybe do a work session with the administration regarding this, since it involves purchasing and I don't think they're here.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone to June 20th.
Second.
Motion to postpone until June 20th is on the floor by Mr. Cross and seconded by Mr. Stolt. Mr. Cross, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, again, I just want to make sure I understand what this means and what we're resolving, because he said he's going to show up as an AO. So I would like to have a deeper conversation with the administration regarding what this looks like. Is this solving a specific problem? Is there another way to solve the specific problem? And I guess I just want to make sure I have a thorough understanding before I either resolve that this is the direction I want to go or that we want to go as a body, since it looks like this will be coming forward as an AO according to Mr. Constant's statement. So I would prefer further investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
I would ask the members to vote this motion down, and let's have the discussion right now. If members have questions about why There are a number of solicitations in which the administration, through the purchasing director, has effectively attempted to put their thumb on the scale, and it's just not an acceptable practice. We have a solicitation that we're working on right now, and it relates to a review of the purchasing code, and we're the ones who need to drive the ship. It's our work.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have a question for Assembly Council. My question is more procedural. The question is does this resolution carry any weight in terms of compelling the administration to function any differently than it currently does, or does that require us to come back with an ordinance? I'm trying to determine the value of passing a resolution knowing that there's an intention to bring an ordinance following it. So just trying to understand the power of this resolution regarding changing the function of the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. It is good for you to recognize that this isn't the same as an ordinance, which obviously has the force of law. Resolutions, depending on context, sometimes do, sometimes not. This is one that's more positional. I think, though, it sets the stage for a possible actual conflict. There's potential conflict between branches in terms of how to process these selection panel appointments. And I had, in some discussions, noted that this is a good preliminary step. Perhaps a code amendment would be needed if we do need to establish a clearer, I guess, legal process. However, we're not at that point as I understand it, and I'm also aware that this particular selection panel issue's been resolved already.
Thank you. Just a follow-up comment, Madam Chair. I guess I will agree with Mr. Cross that I think that this is a newer item for me, and I'd like an opportunity to discuss it prior to approving. It sounds like the direction that I would like to go, but I think some more time and an opportunity to have a work session on it would be a benefit, especially if the intention is to bring forward an ordinance. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue on the motion to postpone this item to the meeting of June 20th, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
No.
The motion to postpone to June 20th passes 7-4. This item will be back before us on the 20th of June. Next item we have before us is item 10B2, resolution number AR 2023-167, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly expressing a lack of confidence in the Deputy Director of the Library Department and recommending her resignation. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved to postpone indefinitely by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you moved and pulled this item. Please go ahead.
Sure. I believe the intent of this was to signal to the administration the concern about this particular employee and the ask that they would be that there would be a consideration of either termination or ask for resignation. That appears to have happened. The person resigned, and so the intent of this was to accomplish that, and I think that's been accomplished. So I think my encouragement of the body is to allow this to be moved indefinitely, which essentially kills it and allows us to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the intent of the sponsor, but I am absolutely opposed to that. With the news of today of Ms. Elledge's resignation, I still think it's important that the official record of the municipality and of the Assembly reflects that the Assembly took a stand on this issue, and that we said that it isn't okay for an employee in their official capacity to make inflammatory comments, that we called out this type of behavior and that we demanded that we do better. So despite the resignation, and especially in light of the fact that Ms. Elledge continues to be an appointee to the Education Commission of the States representing Alaska, I want the Assembly to send a strong message. So I will be voting against this motion to postpone indefinitely and encouraging a motion to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Bronca?
I agree with Mr. Rivera. I feel like if the mayor had not indicated that she had done great service and we weren't looking at this kind of behavior that she displayed that I have been reading 20 plus emails a day about, and people asking us to come strongly forward against that kind of behavior, I would feel differently, but I would like this resolution to pass.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca. Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I understand that her position was controversial, but when somebody willingly leaves, you don't slam the door behind them. We just, I think her actions are well documented, and I would prefer to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. I am going to oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely. I think there needs to be accountability by this body to the extent that we can have any accountability. I think we get put in a really tough position. The public has asked us for action. My email and my voicemail is full of requests for us to say, this is not okay. And this resolution is the best we can do. I acknowledge the desire to want to put this ugly set of circumstances behind us, but frankly, the employees who've been subjected to terrible remarks and this behavior aren't going to have it so easy. And so I think we need to take action on this resolution. I also think that if we don't take action on this resolution, we've really given a pass to bad behavior. Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just highlight that I wonder about the history of the precedent of the legislative actions singling out individual municipal employees, and so as I just don't know the history of how common that is, and just I have an aversion just on the face of it of singling out individuals versus the context of the issue at hand, because an individual could be replaced if the context of the way they were operating hasn't been resolved. Then we could have the same situation again beyond an individual. So I'm just curious about the connection of the history of the body singling out individual municipal folks for this sort of reprimand.
Mr. Martinez, do you have a question for anyone, or is that just your comment and your general sense of it? I just want to make sure if you have a question, we can get it addressed.
It's a comment, and if there is someone who has a municipal attorney or our assembly attorney, if someone has a number or a history of it, that would be helpful too, but just a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is why it's good to hear from my colleagues. It's good to have a sense of where the body stands. So I worked with our municipal attorney and others on drafting this, and obviously feel very strongly about the content in it, and just my understanding is that it's very rare, but it's not unprecedented to have an assembly highlight or call for a change for an employee. So in light of my colleagues' comments and in light of the information that I've heard so far, I'm going to withdraw my motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Does the seconder agree? Yes, the seconder agrees. All right, then what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on
Sorry,
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
I
Constant,
couldn't get in the queue, sorry, Judge.
please go ahead.
Yeah, just thank you. I think it wouldn't be out of line to just say that on behalf of the position this individual held at the municipality, they received an appointment to a national board that is setting education policy. And I'm really saddened by the fact that that's the voice Anchorage is leading with in the federal government and setting education policy for the whole country. And so with that, I am in support, and I urge my peers to join us.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on resolution number AR 2023-167.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The item passes 9-2.
There was a weight on the table. Oh, okay. This one right here.
Next, we have before us item 10B4, a numbered resolution, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of designation of Anchorage as a regional technology hub by the U.S. Economic Development Administration. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is in response to some exciting federal legislation. Congress recently enacted the CHIPS and Science Act of 2022, incentivizing chip manufacturing and promoting transformational regional innovation across the U.S. They're going to be designating 20 geographically distributed regional tech hubs. There is opportunity for Anchorage to really mount a strong effort to apply, and that would bring a lot of resources and investment into Anchorage that could potentially spur a lot of economic opportunity and innovation. This particular resolution, it calls out Launch Alaska because they have indicated to me that they may be interested in developing and leading an effort to apply for this designation. However, there's a lot of synergy in our community and folks interested in how can we really harness the innovative energy that we have here in our city. The resolution also mentions that the Fairview Community Council, they adopted a resolution. They also have a white paper supporting efforts to designate Anchorage as a regional technology hub. So folks have been thinking about this for some time. I pulled this item because one of my new colleagues, Member Martinez, who may want to get in the queue, pointed out to me that there's also some other innovative stuff happening in our city that could be added to this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. I support this resolution, and I do urge the organizations who are considering applying for this to do so. And I think it's important to remember that for all that we need to support the private sector, that government investment is part of that support. And I'm thinking of years and years ago, government investment is what started Silicon Valley. Certainly it's grown because of the robust private sector and technology investments there, but sometimes government really does have a role in seeding that. And so not to say that we may be the next Silicon Valley, but who knows? We have a lot of opportunity and a lot of resources, so I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
I move to amend and add a whereas.
After which line?
Line 26, to add into line 27, a whereas the municipality has begun to develop a place-based framework for technology and innovation, including the designation of the UMed Innovation District and the Downtown Design District.
Second.
Okay. That motion has been, a motion to amend has been made by Mr. Martinez and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. If you have that written out and could bring it down to the clerk, that would be helpful, and then we'll have you speak to it.
Thank you.
Please go ahead and speak to your amendment.
Thank you. I just wanted to flag that this is a phenomenal idea, and my amendment offers just a deeper contextualization of the things that are happening in Anchorage, the designation of the UMed Innovation District, the designation of the Downtown Design District speak to our place as a technology and innovation regional hub, and so I thought it strengthened the case.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anyone else on the amendment? I see Mayor Bronson in the queue, but I believe that's on the main motion. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members, we're actually going to give, okay, we're good. All right, we're going to go ahead and proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to commend Dr. Boland for his work on this, and I would just like to be added as a co-sponsor to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on item 10B4, an unnumbered resolution.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. I've passed the gavel to Mr. Rivera for item 10 Bravo 5, 1. I previously was excused on, if I may be excused again.
Thank you. Yes, you are excused, Ms. Alatel. We now have before us item 10B5, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage requesting support of state and federal government to assist in addressing the homelessness crisis in Anchorage by advocating for changes in state and federal law, regulation, and policy. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I would ask that all members consider adding their names as sponsors to this. And as I previously spoke in the motion to lay on the table, this is very time sensitive, and it lays out a huge inequity that if you were to calculate the differential of what we haven't received relative to other communities who have a similar volume of individuals experiencing homelessness, the number would be astounding to the amount of hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have to figure out a way to fix this, and the first step is to ask for help. And I just would add, I want to thank our legislative staff and legal counsel who worked really hard to associate footnotes that kind of ground the document in fact and make it a much stronger document. So thank you to everybody who put your hand on this. And also thank you to the mayor. Again, this is one of those examples of which there are several starting of the kind of growing positive working relationship in which the mayor joined us early and strongly.
Thank you. So based off of your request for additional sponsorship, I'll go ahead just before I go in through the queue, see if any other members would like to be a sponsor. Okay, so I'm seeing Mr. Martinez, Ms. Branga. Okay, everyone on this side and everyone on this side. Okay, wonderful. So that's everyone. I'll go ahead and go through the queue then with Ms. Brawley.
I stand for God. I stand. I'm a chairperson.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, but also I very much appreciate the focus on this and the recognition that, that while this is a local issue, homelessness is a local issue, it is also a state issue and a national issue, and we are subject to trends and forces that are well beyond our ability to deal with on our own. And so I really appreciate, I think we more and more as a community, we understand what works and what will help prevent and respond to homelessness, but we don't have the resources alone to do that. So very much this is timely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, absolutely support this. If the state's going to continue to look to Anchorage to be the hub for dealing with homelessness, they need to grease the wheel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, absolutely support this, and I just wanted to say I think it's critical that we have a unified voice speaking to the state and speaking to our federal delegation loud and clear. I agree with the comment from Member Cross that if the state is going to see us in this particular way, they also need to fund us adequately. And I just wanted to highlight that Representative Patola was in Anchorage last week, and we had an opportunity to speak, and this is on her radar as well, so I think it's the right time for us to make a strong statement.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, that item is approved.
Wait. I believe we moved the S version, right?
There was no S version, Mr. Constant.
Oh, it didn't come through?
I believe the version that we have before us is the final version.
Oh, I see. Okay, I wanted to just make sure. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
You're good. So on a vote of 10-0, that item is approved. Let's go ahead and bring Ms. Alato back in.
The next item we have before us is item 10D11, Assembly Memorandum AM 363-2023, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Kent Colhase, Municipal Manager. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Actually,
Mr. Rivera.
thank you. Move to postpone action to the meeting of May 23rd.
Second.
Okay. A motion to postpone to May 23rd has been made by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Bullen. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So we have a confirmation hearing scheduled for this Friday on this appointment. So this postponement will allow that hearing to happen before we vote on the confirmation. This is no dig to you, Mr. Colhase.
Anyone else on the motion to postpone to May 23? Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Assembly Memorandum AM 363-2023.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, that item passes. Next, we have before us item 10D12, Assembly Memorandum AM 367-2023, Amendment Number 1 to contract with Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc. to provide general contracting services for capital improvement projects for the municipality of Anchorage, Mayoral Field, $892,946. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I pulled this, but I have a question for the administration. Quite curious about, I know that we're engaged in a current conflict with this particular contractor, and I'm curious as to how that affects what our policy and procedure is in terms of continuing contracts with organizations that we're in this sort of conflict with. So maybe I'd like to hear a legal perspective on that, and also whether there are any internal policies or procedures that inform us when we're in a situation like this.
Mr. Colhase or Ms. Helzer?
Madam Chair, I'll start, and then we also have Chris Hunter from purchasing here if there are additional questions. And I think my layperson's answer would be that although we're involved in a lawsuit and a dispute with Roger Hickle Contracting, they have been deemed by purchasing to be responsible and a responsible and responsive bidder for all the projects that they have been awarded, and there's no reason not to continue doing business with them. I suspect that perhaps Ms. Helzer didn't hear the full question, so I can turn it over to her if you'd like a legal response, or Mr. Hunter could come to the podium as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't care who responds. I would just like a legal interpretation of this in terms of the risk involved in contracting with an organization that we're currently in a legal conflict with.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It should not affect doing business if it's a different contract. I don't know what this contract is. This is something I have not seen before. I think maybe what would be helpful is if we could hear from purchasing as to the context year, what this contract involves. But if it's for a different service involving a different side of the company, I just don't know the answer to your question, and I would like to hear from purchasing. So if purchasing is here, that would provide me some context. Thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, thank you. Would like to hear from purchasing, and in addition to hearing specifically about whether there are any policies or procedures related to this situation, if this is time sensitive, and if it's possible for us to postpone and gather more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, we also have the manager of Mayoral Field here with us too. So forward, the gentleman from purchasing. If you could state your name for the record and answer Mr. Perez-Verdia's question.
My name is Chris Hunter, Deputy Director of Purchasing. And through the chair, this is a separate contract with Mayoral Field. They have numerous projects, and I believe that Director of Mayoral Field is here to explain that project a little bit further if you'd like. I'm not aware of any policy or certainly not anything in Title VII that mentions that there's any prohibition of doing business with a contractor that we have any kind of legal issues with. So.
Thank you. I guess just my last question is really to Mr. Gates. Dean Gates, you advise the Assembly on legal matters. I just want to make sure that if we approve this tonight, if there's any issues that we should be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I don't foresee, I guess, an issue with the proviness. I would say I was listening to the question and whether there was some risk since we are in litigation currently with this bidder. And we do have in our code a requirement that municipal contracts are awarded to a responsible, excuse me, just making sure I get my terminology right. Responsible bidder, and there's a number of criteria, and I think that it can actually be seen as a risk of just calling someone not qualifying as responsible bidder simply because there's a court case that exists, and before the court has made some determination about allegations in the case. I mean, maybe they will be in their favor or not the municipality's favor, so I don't think you want to prejudice any potential bidders or persons who have bid as not being responsible until you have an outcome from a court decision when you're in litigation. So I guess that's all to say. I think there's more of a risk of denying it based on there being a court case. That's a greater risk than awarding the contract after we've been through appropriate Title VII procurement procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Assembly Memorandum AM 367-2023.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Next item we have before us is item 10D15, Assembly Memorandum AM 374-2023, Arts Advisory Board. Laura Walters, John Zimmerman, John Eric Thompson. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone action to the meeting of May 23rd.
We have a motion to postpone action to May 23rd. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I need to get a better understanding of the direction that this commission is going. The folks who I've appointed this time around, who probably all good people, they confuse me a little bit. The biggest responsibility that this commission has is to helping to advise the mayor on the community arts grants allocations. So we need folks who have the ability to help make those judgment calls. And so I guess that gets me back to my starting point. What is the direction that this commission is going to be going? So I'd like us to postpone so the administration can share that vision with us. And then I'd also like to talk with these appointments myself. We just got this on Friday, so I haven't had a chance to go through that and have discussions with these three appointees. And I just want us to be able to take the time we need to just decide how we want to vote on these appointments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So if I had been there this week, I would have worked to identify each of the nominees for all of the commissions that were laid on the table, or excuse me, that were on the addendum on Friday. And I would have asked to postpone them all. I just couldn't manage that detail from here. And the reason is because basically these appointments, and we're getting better at it, to the administration, it's definitely getting way better. To have a pile of appointments come at us at the last minute makes it very awkward for everybody, where people are now asked to vote on folks they don't understand or know, haven't had a chance to investigate. And so, except for reappointments, I'm going to ask that we make sure that nominees for boards and commissions make it onto the regular agenda, or they are postponed to the next meeting, just as a standard procedure, so that nobody's put in an awkward position of having to vote without full information.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Mayor, I see one of your staff is in the queue. Would you like someone to speak on your behalf? It needs to come from the mayor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mario Bird speak to this, as he manages the boards and commissions process in the mayor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bird?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Member Rivera, I hear you when it comes to the process, and I think what happened this past 2-week cycle is we had a hiccup somewhere, but we agree with the Assembly's advisory opinion that, yes, it's good to give you as members a chance to vet these candidates, and that's our intent as well. I would just advise the Assembly that we are looking at the community arts grants and making sure that we have members as part of this commission who are ready to evaluate and award once we start the application period, which we had planned to be in the next month. So if we do kick this can down the road, just be aware of that. I think we're tracking what Mr. Rivera's, Member Rivera, what your concerns are, and I've told every single appointee we've put forward, to the extent that they can, get in touch with Assembly members and take the opportunity to introduce themselves. So we'll continue to do the same from the mayor's office, but I will tell you that the 2-week cycle is high on our priority list to make sure that you have a chance to vet these candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to May 23rd.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1.
So the next item we have before us is 10F2, but before that, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 10F2 specifically calls out the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness in it, and that is where I am employed as the executive director, and as such, I would ask to be excused.
Thank you. So concurrent with previous rulings, you are excused. Oops, sorry. We now have before us 10F2A AIM 102-2023, a report on progress of implementing AR 2023-97 as amended, a resolution adopting the clean slate strategy for creating a permanent shelter. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Yeah, for the new members, the 10F, the Foxtrot items are all move to accept motions. Okay, so I do have an amendment. Has it been passed around? I'm going to go ahead and give the gavel over to Mr. Cross.
Mr. Rivera, do you care to speak to your amendment while it's being distributed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So aside from what I said earlier in the meeting when we went through the website, I wanted to just highlight some of the progress that has been made to date. Several representatives have been chosen. You can see that in this document. And a website has been developed that has a lot of great information on it regarding the clean slate strategy. A final draft of the timeline was completed after this AIM was submitted to the addendum. So I'd like to amend this item to include the final draft timeline as Exhibit B. So I'm going to go ahead and move Rivera Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Okay. So can I speak to the amendment?
Yep. Care to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, what this amendment basically does is it adds as an exhibit, so Exhibit B to this AIM, the final draft timeline, which is on the website for any members of the public who are interested in reviewing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. Now on to the main motion. If anybody care to speak? Seeing none, Ms. Clerk, we will vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
It passes 10-0. Thank you. I'll refer the chair back to Mr. Rivera, who will then hand it back to Ms. Zalatel when she returns.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Zalatel's coming back.
Anybody
So
else
doing
want
the
a chance?
shuffle.
While it's going around?
Next item before us is item 10F1, oh, sorry, 10G1, my apologies. So the 10G items are ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The only action to be taken is a motion to introduce first, second, and third. Ordinance, so 10G1, ordinance number AO 2023-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the basis of design concepts submitted by the Port of Alaska Modernization Program and Design Advisory Board that will govern Phase 2 modified concept for the Port of Alaska general purpose cargo terminals. What is the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
I have a point of information.
Mr. Constant, you and Mr. Rivera spoke at the same time. I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Rivera go. Oh, point of information. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What is your question?
Yeah, I believe this was pulled by somebody, and so I'm hoping to understand the rationale before a motion to introduce is made.
Yes, it's to change the public hearing date is the intention. If Mr. Rivera can go ahead and move to introduce.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. So I did pull this item, and that was to move to introduce this item and set it for a public hearing on June 20th.
Second.
Is there?
Third.
Okay, moved by Mr. Rivera with a public hearing date of June 20th, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia, and third by Mr. Solt. With that, that is the conclusion of our consent agenda, and at this time, we will take our regularly scheduled break. Thank you. We'll call this meeting back to order. All right, the next items on our agenda are in the 11s, unfinished business and unfinished action on public hearing items. Agenda items in this category are typically previous public hearing agenda items for which the public hearing was closed and they simply postponed assembly action, including debate and discussion until a future date. So the item we have before us is item 11A, Assembly Memorandum AM 276-2023A, recommendation of grant award to various nonprofits for development of and sustainably operating a project or service for residents of the municipality of Anchorage targeting early childhood education and/or the prevention and mitigation of child maltreatment, domestic violence, and sexual assault.
Waive read.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I need to disclose a potential interest or an interest.
Please go ahead.
So my employer my employer was a contractor to the Anchorage Health Department regarding assistance with development of this grant award, and that is concluded. I did not work on that item at all, and my understanding is the contract is done.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Brawley? Okay, based on the disclosure you've provided, I rule you do not have a conflict of interest and you may participate. So action was postponed from April 18, 2023 special meeting, no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Member Rivera, seconded by Mr. Voland. Mr. Rivera, would you like to speak to it? No. Would anyone like to speak to this item? 1 second, please. Mr. Constant, before we proceed to a vote, can we just sound check to make sure you're on with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Okay, seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Assembly Memorandum AM 276-2023A.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0, and the youth vote is yes. Okay, the next items we have before us are in the 13s, continued public hearings. For testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. Please give your name and neighborhood at the start of your testimony. You will have 3 minutes to testify unless you are with a community council or other recognized group. Your comments must remain on topic to the matter before us, and personal attacks are not appropriate. I may interrupt you and pause your time if you do not follow these rules. First item we have before us is item 13A, Resolution AR 2023-139, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AK Legend LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M32368, doing business as AK Legends, the dispensary.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one. Oh, one moment, please. Okay, yes, seeing and hearing no one. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 13B, resolution number AR 2023-140, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AK Legend LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M32367, doing business as AK Legend Gardens.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on resolution number AR 2023-140.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Brawley?
That item is approved, 11-0. For members' information on items 13C and 13D, both of the applicants are available by phone if there are questions. Next, we have before us item 13C, resolution number AR 2023-141, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a modification to an alcohol special land use permit for a beverage dispensary use and license number 4750 for PTS Investments, Inc., DBA Anchorage Billiard Palace, DBA Anchorage Billiard Palace, in the B3 General Business and R4 Multifamily Residential District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Next before us, we have item 13D, resolution number AR 2023-142, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Hidden Farms LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M33144, doing business as Hidden Farms LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing no one, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. The next item before us is item 13E, ordinance number AO 2023-49, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of real property legally described as Lot 15, Block 11, Laurel Acres subdivision for placement into the Heritage Land Bank inventory and amend the Heritage Land Bank 2021 annual work program. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all?
What is the location of this lot? I know it's off across the street, so I can place it on my...
Welcome. The item is available in the packet if you would like to read it. Okay, thank you. Okay. Anyone else like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0, and the youth member votes yes. Just a reminder, items are printed and in the vestibule, and amendments and other items are up here by the clerk. Item 13F, ordinance number AO 2023-44, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 23.30 to adopt local amendments to the National Electric Code 2020 edition. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Madam Chair, point of information once this is done.
Yep, just one moment. Yeah. Mr. Rivera?
Oh, I vote yes.
Mr. Rivera votes yes.
We'll wait till after.
That item passes 11-0 with the youth member voting yes. Mr. Perez-Verdia, what is your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to get clarity on when the youth member votes and when they don't vote. I think it's new, so if someone could provide a little bit of information of when that happens and when it doesn't. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. The youth member can vote on any item the youth member wishes to vote on, as they're still getting up to speed on our agendas. However, they are not allowed to vote and participate in alcohol and marijuana licenses.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Next item before us is item 13G, ordinance number AO 2023-42, an ordinance amending the R4A district in Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, sections 21.04.020 residential districts, 21.05.010 table of allowed uses, 21.06.020 dimensional standards tables, 21.060.030 measurements and Exceptions, 21.07.110 residential design standards, 21.07.120 large establishments, and 21.08.70 alternative residential subdivisions. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone until the first meeting in May at the request of the planning department. Second meeting in May, May 23rd.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone to May 23rd and by Mr. Voland and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Voland, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think that would potentially give us the opportunity to have a work session, and it was also requested by the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cross?
No, that was my question.
Okay, just one moment, please. So looking at our calendars, getting a work session in before the 23rd may be near impossible, partly given the all-day housing summit. So I'm not sure that we would be able to accommodate the work session in the time allowed. The item could, if the motion passes, come before us on the 23rd, possibly without a work session, and be carried over to another meeting if that is the desire of the mover. And we can proceed with the motion.
Do you want me to change my motion? Thank you, Madam Chair. In that instance, I think what a good course of action would be is to refer it to the CEDC committee to take up, and I guess members can attend that committee to learn more if they'd like to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the motion before us is the motion to postpone this to the meeting of May 23rd with the intent to take it up at the CEDC in the intervening time period. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to May 23rd.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Sorry, that motion to postpone to the 23rd passes 11-0. Next are new public hearings. First public hearing item we have before us under new public hearings is item 14A, ordinance number AO 2023-34, an ordinance authorizing and approving the adoption of Port of Alaska Terminal Tariff number 10. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone and continue the public hearing to the meeting of June 20th.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to postpone the public hearing to June 20th by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Voland. Is there any discussion?
I can explain the motion quickly.
Yep, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this will allow the port tariff surcharge to coincide with the other Port of Alaska item on June 20th, which is the basis of design. Thank you.
Seeing no other members in the queue.
Sorry.
Please go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, so as you see all of these items, these couple of items aligning towards that meeting in June, I just want to underscore how important it is for everybody to tune in to the various work sessions and meetings that are going to be happening relating to all of these items, because this is a very grave and substantial decision. It warrants everybody's best attention.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone public hearing to the meeting of June 20.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The motion to postpone passes 11-0. We next have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2023-57, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.05.080, 4.60.030, 4.60.040, and 4.60.060 regarding the quorum required for boards and commissions, addressing voting procedures, respective powers of certain programs and advisory boards. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all?
Madam Chair, motion to amend.
Mr. Mayor, not quite yet. We are in public hearing, and after we close the public hearing and we get a motion on the floor, then we can turn to you. Okay. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move the S version.
Second.
Ms. Brawley has moved the S version, and it is seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. The S version makes technical corrections to the original version, so there's no substantive changes to the content. And the purpose of this is to essentially ensure that we have good governance on our boards and commissions, meaning that there is a clear majority in any situation that body acts for the 4 boards listed. And I would also like to move Brawley Amendment 2.
Second.
Just
and if that could please be passed around.
Well, we need to wait for it to be passed out. 1 second. We're going to just take 2 minutes to let this get passed out. 1 second.
Thank you.
Can we also make sure Ms. Brawley's amendment is emailed to Mr. Constant? Thank you. Ms. Brawley, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you. And I will ask the body's patience as I am new to this, but also I want to make very clear what this amendment does and what the intent is. So this amendment, and I will draw the body's attention to the fact that we're looking at the Library Advisory Board specifically, whereas the underlying item addresses 4 boards. So this amendment clarifies the advisory role of the Library Advisory Board and makes it consistent with the 24 other advisory boards in Title IV, our Boards and Commissions Code. I took the time to read the full title this weekend. I learned there are over 40 boards and commissions established in code. 16 are regulatory and adjudicatory boards. They have quasi-judicial powers usually referenced in another chapter of code, such as the Planning and Zoning Commission. 04-05-120 also says, an appeal or quasi-judicial board shall establish reasonable rules and regulations governing proceedings. There's also 7 technical advisory boards that have specific functions, and there's 24 program advisory boards, and this is where the Library Advisory Board sits in our code. So there are many other advisory bodies. Ultimately, these make recommendations to other entities, such as the municipal department or the assembly. Many boards have specific qualifications for their members, but are still filled by volunteer community members to advise on municipal policy and operations. Unlike every other advisory board, the Library Advisory Board is listed as the planning body for the library department in charge of all library activities, which implies that it has broader than advisory powers. This creates a gray area for this board's authority, its relation to the library director, and what role the board plays in policy and operations. So this amendment is intended to bring the scope of this board in line with other advisory bodies. And just a bit more patience. The other reason this change matters, the library continues to be a battleground in our community. While the departure of the deputy director is a positive step toward restoring the peace, this advisory board has been at the center of controversy for not following its own policy for dealing with complaints about library materials, a process called reconsideration, referenced in the amendment. An existing library policy not established in code gives this board appeal powers if reconsideration is directed to it as an appeal, and if the library director declines to remove material from circulation. This to me looks like an overreach of this board's authority. The library is an institution that protects our First Amendment rights and the rights of the community to freely access information. Asking a librarian to censor material, which includes removing materials from circulation, is a serious matter. And asking a small number of citizen advisors to censor without the legal authority as an appeal body is worse. So I very much appreciate the service of all of the members of our boards and commissions, especially those on the Library Advisory Board, who serve to protect our beloved First Amendment institution. But advisory boards are advisory, and censorship should not be left to volunteers.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera, on the amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment, and I appreciate it being brought forward. I guess I just need a little bit more explanation of, and perhaps the attorneys can step in on this, of B2 in reference to 340 and what the real-world impact of that is. If I'm understanding, just based off my review of this amendment, which we all just got, basically this is saying if the Library Advisory Board wants to go through any specific process for reconsideration, then it needs to align with 340. And 340 is all about rulemaking and regulation. So if someone could just speak to that, please, from legal.
Mr. Hurt?
Yes, through the chair, Matthew Hurt, Legislative Counsel. Yeah, the Chapter 340 is all about, as you stated, about how regulations are codified, and the process by which that takes place is essentially a board or commission that wishes to create a regulation will present it to the Assembly and ask for the Assembly to approve it by resolution. This is observed by several of our boards and commissions, and it just sort of clarifies that that would be the process by which reconsideration would need to be codified as through a regulation.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, let me start point of information. The question is, would this be an appropriate opportunity to present a motion to postpone?
No, the amendment is before us, and once we go back to the main motion, then you could move to postpone the main item.
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to wait until we're back to the main motion to present that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, oh, 1 second, please. Mr. Constant?
I'll wait until this motion is done. I'm not in support of it, but let's hear it.
The motion before us is the motion to amend by Ms. Brawley at the moment. Did you want to speak to the amendment?
Nope, after.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Thank you.
seeing no other members in the queue on Brawley Amendment number 2, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
I believe Mr. Presby is out of the room.
Brawley Amendment number 2 passes 10-0 with the youth member voting yes.
Madam Chair, move to advance Bronson Amendment number 1.
We have motion by Mayor Bronson to move amendment number 1.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Mr. Bronson, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mario Bird speak to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, the administration recognizes, as Member Brawley pointed out, that the library is a battleground. This amendment would remove the other boards and commissions that are included in the main motion and the main proposed ordinance in the S version. There are provisions in our adjudicatory boards for having not advisory votes, but rather votes that require the majority of the seated members, or as it says in code, again, I'm looking at the Urban Design Commission, Zoning Board, Planning and Zoning Commission, a favorable vote of a majority of the full membership of the board. The administration does not favor that for the other three boards that are included in the main motion, because these are volunteer positions. They are advisory boards, and we don't want to constrict citizens who are donating their volunteer time and expertise. So we would ask that the membership consider removing the other three boards, which are the Municipal Health and Human Services Commission, Historic Preservation Commission, and the Parks and Rec Service Area Commission from the main ordinance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Next, we have Mr. Voland in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the amendment, but I'm going to oppose it. And the reason for that is because what ends up happening, if we don't specify that you need a majority of the authorized seats, and a quorum is just a majority of members, you end up with a situation where you can have a super minority of a board or a commission, as it's essentially designed in code, taking action on behalf of that board or commission. And so while I recognize the advisory capacity of these boards, I think that the advice that we receive as assembly members is, we value it, and we take it into a lot of consideration. And so just really want to make sure that when we have things coming before us recommended by boards or commissions, that we are truly giving the community an opportunity to weigh in on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the discussion. I also oppose this amendment because I believe that our boards and commissions should be treated consistently. And so, this ordinance deals with 4, but I think it's a fair question to ask about all of our boards and commissions. And I have one recent example. I was, until recently, a member of the Budget Advisory Commission. At that time, we had, I believe, 3 vacancies. There were 8 of us out of 11 seats. So it was difficult to get a quorum to meet and to begin with. But when we were able to meet and take up business, one recent example was discussion about whether the body would vote on a resolution supporting increasing the base student allocation and submitting that to the legislature. And in the discussion, it was clear that 4 of us were potentially in favor of that and would support it, and the other 4 were not. On that 8 members of that board. And so, reflecting on that situation, it does not seem appropriate that only 4 members would be able to speak on behalf of the Budget Advisory Commission, which, as Member Voland said, is an extension of the municipality to some degree. It does carry more weight than an individual statement would. And so I believe that we should hold to the principle that we need to have a majority to take action as a body, regardless of which body that is.
Point of information.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Yes, Mr. Solt?
I guess I got lost. Are we talking about, was there an amendment made?
Yes, we are on Bronson Amendment number 1.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next in the queue, we have Mr. Cross, then Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I understand, and I think I support the mayor's position on this one because, we have lots of boards and commissions out in District 2, just because of the way we run and everything comes up to the community councils. And it's a real struggle for a lot of boards and commissions. You rely on volunteer or you rely on individuals, and it's sometimes, it's a struggle to fill those seats. And during certain holidays and during certain times, it's really hard to get a whole board or hard to get a whole membership together. And so I think given the unique circumstances of some of those, at least in particular the 3 that he's mentioned, I think, allowing them to speak although they don't have a full quorum, if they're running on, like he said, a skeleton crew or whatever it is, at least they can still make something go forward rather than just, they're just crippled and they wouldn't be able to perform, I think, unless they were able to recruit more volunteers. And sometimes that's a significant challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I could have gone either way, but I'm persuaded now that the fairest thing to do is have an equally applicable rule across all of these commissions, which does forebode a future project, Ms. Brawley. First, I have a question for you, Ms. Brawley, if the chair would allow. Do you know if the Geotech Advisory Commission is in the category of advisory or quasi-judicial from your read this weekend?
Ms. Brawley, did you get Mr. Constant's question? It was whether or not Geotechnical Advisory Commission is considered an advisory commission or quasi-judicial.
If you give me a second to consult my notes that I took.
Of course.
Thanks. So we'll come back to that then. I think the principle of an equal number that is across these commissions is important, or boards or commissions. And here's why. I think it doesn't change actually whether or not they can conduct business. They need a quorum to conduct business, period. That's the bottom line. So if they have a quorum, the business can be conducted. Whatever that number is the majority of the whole, all the seats, not just those on the commission. And so that's a standard that doesn't change here. The standard that does change here is it means that if you only have 5 members on a 9-member panel, all of them have to agree with the decision, which means you have to have a consensus product as opposed to a majority versus a minority. And that's fair. And if you look at our agenda, most of our work is done by consensus, unanimous votes across the board. And so I don't think that's too high a standard to require. I think it's fair. And I'm curious about the Geotech Advisory Commission because they recently had an interesting situation where they had a divided conversation and a majority of the quorum made a decision, and in fact it was wrong. Very interesting. There was an error introduced. So I guess it's not a germane question whether the Geotech Advisory Commission is quasi-judicial. We'll get back to that later, Anna. But just I would ask that we equally apply this standard.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. Just in response to the question, according to my notes, the Geotechnical Advisory Commission is under 4.50 Technical Advisory Boards, so it's in the same category as the Budget Advisory Commission, and its purpose is to advise the Mayor, Assembly, Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Plating Board. So it serves an advisory function.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Anyone else on Bronson Amendment number 1? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Constant?
No.
That amendment fails 9-2 with the youth member voting no. We are now back on the main motion. Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I understand the intent here, and I believe I support this motion as amended. However, given the fact that with these amendments, in particular the one to the library boards, I think substantively change this AO from what was originally put on the table, I believe it would be of value to, excuse me, I think I need to start with a motion, don't I? Motion to postpone to May 23rd.
Second.
There is a motion to postpone by Mr. Johnson to May 23rd, seconded by Mr. Cross. You may continue speaking to the motion.
Okay, sorry about that. I think in light of these changes, which again, I believe I support, but I think it would be of value to provide the public an opportunity to speak on this before we take action, in particular given the level of concern around the library and the library advisory board. I think it would be beneficial to provide that opportunity before the vote. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, is your intention then to move to postpone and reopen the public hearing for the 23rd of May?
Yes.
Okay, and does the second agree? Okay, so the motion before us is a motion to postpone and reopen the public hearing for May 23rd. Ms. Brawley on the motion.
Yes, thank you. I am open to that idea, but I also believe that there's a legal issue here that this board, as this code is currently written and as this board operates, that they are overstepping their authority. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And it's not in a general way that Ms. Brawley is talking about. It's in a very specific way. On the 17th of May, the Library Advisory Board is scheduled to meet. And ostensibly on their agenda will be a review of the reconsideration decision by the head librarian that's already been through the 3-librarian panel of the reconsideration process. And we have a Library Advisory Board poised to vote to ban a book. And so us postponing action will effectively open the door for that to occur, and then anything we do after that, we would have to undo whatever action the library board had done when they used this extraordinary power that the code has been interpreted to give them unless it changes today. So the timing of this project is sensitive and very current. So I would recommend a no vote on this, and if we want, we can have a work session after or come up with a second project to change it another way. But a decision to postpone is a decision to have a book removed from the collection by 3 votes on a 9-member body.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Boland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will be voting no to postpone due to the time-sensitive nature of this legislation and due to the fact that what this does, even as amended, is it brings the library board more in line with what the powers of other boards and commissions do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Any other members on the motion to postpone and reopen public hearing for May 23rd? Seeing and hearing no one else in the queue, we will go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone and reopen public hearing.
Mr. Constant?
No.
That motion fails 3-8 with the youth member voting no. We are back on the main motion. Anyone else care to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to underscore what Ms. Brawley said in one part of her amendment when she made it, and that is the intent of this action is to move the conversation that's going on out of the political arena and put it back into the hands of the professionals where it's historically been, meaning our library staff who have library degrees and our librarian who has a master's degree, at least in library studies, who can be advised by this board, and she can take their position into heart. And so this act, as counterintuitive as it might seem to some, is taking it out of the political arena and putting it into the hands of the professionals. I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on. All right, Member Cross, you got in there just in time. I hadn't read it. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
I would argue that it's the opposite, and that we've made, if we're basically saying that you don't like the work of the advisory board, so we're going to eliminate their participation in this process, which this does, then we are making it political. I would argue we're doing the opposite of what you're stating, because we as politicians are now saying we don't like what the advisory board is doing, so we're going to change it. So I don't agree that we're not making it political. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. I'll reiterate that I believe this advisory board is overstepping its authority, and if the choice is between censorship being done by someone with a professional background or censorship being done by a minority of volunteer members who have been appointed to this board, I believe that's inappropriate. And so again, I will bring it back to the fundamental legal issue of who decides who censors materials in our public library.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Boland?
Thank you. I'll echo what Ms. Brawley just said. I don't agree with Member Cross that this makes it more political. I think what this ensures is that a politically appointed board can't do an end run around the library director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, I'll be supporting this because I think of the argument of uniformity of all of the boards, trying to have a common standard, and matters to me a lot. So I think that is a really compelling argument.
Thank you. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AO 2023-57 as amended. S as amended.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 9-2 with the youth member voting yes. Next before us, we have item 14C, ordinance number AO 2023-51, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of 9 recorded sanitary sewer easements located on lots 1, 3, and 4 Spenard East subdivision. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Seeing and hearing from no one and no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member voting yes, that item passes. Next before us, we have ordinance number AO 2023-53, an ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed on for delinquent taxes and/or special assessments. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0 with the youth member voting yes. Next before us, we have item 14E, ordinance number AO 2023-54, an ordinance authorizing 5-year ground lease with 3 5-year options to extend between the municipality of Anchorage and American Tower Corporation for premises located within a portion of 104030 Old Glen Highway in Eagle River for the continued operation of a telecommunication tower and associated equipment. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Cross. Would anyone like to speak to this item?
Yes. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just a note to new members, when you see these telecom tower proposals, it's something we'll probably talk about at one of the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee meetings. We don't have a lot of say. This is something that the federal government has taken from us from a real authority. We have very limited power. So you'll see them and you'll hear people ask, why don't we stop these? And for the most part, we can't. So we'll chat about that soon.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on ordinance 2023-54.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 with the youth member voting yes, the item passes. Next before us, we have item 14F, ordinance number AO 2023-56, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 7.20.060 to clarify the process for procurement of legal services for the Assembly as authorized by charter. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to extend to the meeting of June 20th and continue public hearing.
Second.
There's a motion to continue the public, to reopen the public hearing and postpone till June 20th by Mr. Cross and seconded by Mr. Solt. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I've received information and email from Assembly Council that they were working on an S version. The procedures by which a cemetery powers and boards or cemeteries are created is not quite cognified.
Sorry, Mr. Cross, I believe you're on a different item. This is 14.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you
G.
said G.
Sorry.
I
Would you
withdraw.
like to, you're withdrawing your motion and
Withdrawing my
Mr. Solt
motion.
is as well. Okay, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Point of information, we are in 14F, correct, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thanks.
On 14F, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Point of information.
Yes, Ms. Brawley.
A question just occurred to me that I thought the public might want to understand as well. So I see the sponsor of this is the former chair of the Assembly, who's no longer a member of this body. So I just wondered what, basically, what happens in this situation if an item outlives the member on the body?
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. You beat me into the queue, so I will go ahead and get myself in the queue and pass the gavel to Mr. Rivera.
Ms. Olato?
Thank you. I would ask to be added as a sponsor or as the sponsor to this item, and I'll speak to it very briefly. This item really deals with the separation of powers and the ability of the Assembly to procure legal services when it needs them. The S version that is before us really outlines those instances where particularly where we may be in an adverse position to the administration, being able to go through the process to get legal counsel should be something that's fully contained within our branch of government. So I appreciate former Chair LaFrance bringing it forward. As we know, we've had to procure legal counsel a number of times as a legislative branch, and this should make the process much more smooth moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure we have the S version moved, or if that was the intent.
Yes, that was the intent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Mr. Constant in the queue.
Yeah, just if there were any technical legal reason with Ms. LaFrance being named, I would be happy to be added as a sponsor to make sure there's a current member listed.
I believe you said you would be willing to be a sponsor of the item as well. Mr. Constant, it got a little garbled. Yes. Okay,
Sorry,
yes.
yeah.
All right, you've been so added. Mr. Gates, I see you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak to the situation that I believe it was Ms. Brawley brought up when some legislation is introduced by a single sponsor who is no longer on the body. And I would just like to remind everybody when that happens, once it's been introduced, as it was on April 25th, it becomes a measure before the body. It belongs to the body from that point forward, even if the sponsor is no longer, and that's so with all legislation that is already gotten to the point where it's been introduced and on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Seeing no other members in the queue. Oh, sorry, Ms. Bronga, please go ahead.
Point of info, and I don't know, I really don't understand. We have legal, and so maybe could you give me a clarification of why we would need other counsel?
Sure, thanks for the question. So we've had to procure legal counsel when we have authorized litigation against the administration, when we have engaged in needing additional expertise. We have two wonderful counsel, Assembly Counsel and Legislative Services, and at times we can also rely on the Municipal Attorney's Office, but there are times when that's just not possible or advantageous for the legislative branch. And so what this ordinance does is it clarifies the process we can use to procure that legal counsel, because ultimately, ultimately it's a separation of powers issue if we are securing counsel for ourselves. And from time to time, the executive branch also secures its legal counsel, its own legal counsel as well. Mr. Cross, I see you're in the queue.
Yes, and here's a question for legal, or, through the chair. Okay, so this would give the Assembly the ability to identify and hire our own counsel, but the mayor's counsel, if he has his own counsel, doesn't the Assembly approve that individual? Do we approve the mayor's counsel?
This is an issue that Municipal Attorney
Mayor Bronson.
Ann would like to answer.
Oh, okay, yes, Ms. Helzer, would you like Mr. Cross to restate his question?
Through the chair, yes. If you would please clarify the question.
I'm wondering, in this particular instance where it's saying how the Assembly has the right to identify and hire our own counsel, if it's at odds with the administration, when the administration hires its counsel, isn't that person approved by the Assembly? Or do you hire your own counsel absent influence from the Assembly? In this case of where you might have disputes or odds?
In the scenario that you're creating, any outside counsel that's over $30,000 would absolutely be subject to Assembly approval.
Okay, and thank you. I guess that's my problem, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that we're saying we have the right to pick our own counsel, but the administration, we also get to pick their counsel. And I guess I see that as a conflict of interest. Is that, and if I'm correct, I'd appreciate clarification, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next in the queue, I have Mr. Constant and then Mayor Bronson.
Yeah, so Mr. Cross, I think that's a narrow read of it. The only authority the Assembly has in their selection of counsel is authorizing the contract, but the charter is clear. They can do it, and so we allow them to. We never have any input into the letter of their agreement. We don't say what the scope of their contract is. We don't pick who reviews. They just get to pick who they want and present to us. So it's not a fair statement to say the Assembly is influencing who they pick. Never has, never will. And so the reality is the charter gives both branches the authority to hire counsel for themselves. And so I believe, Mr. Gates or Mr. Hurt, would you agree that this is clarifying what the charter says? It's making it explicitly clear that the mayor can pick his counsel and the Assembly as a body can pick their counsel.
Mr. Gates, did you get Mr. Constant's question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think I did. And the charter does provide that the Assembly can retain their own legal counsel in carrying out its legislative functions. And so there's a little qualifier there, and Mr. Constant's correct. And I had some discussions with Ms. Hauser as well about this ordinance. And, well, my view is that the charter allows this. And it's, I guess, the wisdom of it is what Mr. Cross is getting to, I think, the legislative wisdom of passing this written this way. But legally, I believe this is permissible, it's allowed and authorized by charter. I would also add a couple other things about procurement in the process, though. This doesn't mean that the chair just selects without any approval. This is still, I guess, that last part about a non-competitive procurement. That requires the approval of the body, the Assembly, if it's more than $30,000. And That's even when the chair is selecting their own attorney here for the assembly by this process that's in this ordinance. I would also add that there's two provisions in code in section 72060. The subsection you see in this ordinance is K, which is being amended, and that's about the assembly's legal services procured for the assembly. Subsection J is legal services for otherwise. It doesn't say executive branch, but for the rest of the municipality through the municipal attorney's approval in their office.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Next in the queue, we have Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Ann Helzer speak to this.
Through the chair, I would advise that this be reviewed for a later session. It's complicated. I don't like the fact that the branches of government are sort of arming themselves or appear to arm themselves when we are a home unified government. And the Department of Law, the Municipal Attorney's Office, is charged under charter to govern the entire city, the entire government. I think there are a lot of questions here. One, I think upon first glance, this looks to be a little reactionary to problems that we've had recently in purchasing. Also, I think that we have a municipal attorney's office and our resources are available here. We should be focusing on trying to use those resources as opposed to focus on outsourcing things. There's also a problem with the last paragraph of this prospective S version. The problem is that there's no check on the legislative office for securing legal services. And the check for the administration is that the administration needs to seek appropriation from the assembly. And there doesn't appear to be any check where the legislative branch can secure legal services, do that outside of the public process, and can do that without any sort of engagement, is the word, by the purchasing department, nor any engagement with the municipal attorney's office. So I think this could be discussed further, and I would encourage that. I seek unity in our government, and there's a way forward. I just don't know that it should be done without a full understanding of the implications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Helzer. Next in the queue, Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I'm gathering from having read this and the discussion here tonight, I think it's fair to say, and I'm going to have Assembly Council please confirm or confirm me or correct me. The Assembly currently is not involved in the procurement process when the administration wants to hire outside counsel, correct?
When the contract's over 30,000, it does require assembly approval.
Let me,
if it's so sourced.
Let me refine the question. We're not involved in choosing who the administration hires as their counsel. All we're involved in as the legislative body is the appropriation, which is within our branch. That's our responsibility as the legislative branch.
So the first part of what you said is correct. We're not involved in the selection process, in the procurement process for legal counsel, in the municipal attorney or mayor's office or whomever executive branch is seeking it. That last part, you mentioned appropriations, and this is a little different. It's approving a contract about a certain dollar amount, not the same as an appropriation, but I don't think that's really the issue or subject for on.
Okay, so we got to say, yes, you can spend the money.
Yes.
Okay. Currently, does the administration via the purchasing department have any input into who the assembly would hire as outside counsel?
And the question is specifically about the selection process.
Correct.
And if the assembly is going to retain outside counsel, and you know, we have been through this exact exercise a few times in the past year and a half, and I would say sometimes yes, sometimes no, and that's probably not a satisfactory answer. But for example, I did the informal procurement process, talked to 3 open market procedure law firms for a qualified dollar amount for that process, but it still did need the purchasing director's okay at the end. So.
Got it. Thank you. With those answers, I think I am confident moving forward with this item, and I'm confident that this item does respect the separation of powers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bullen.
Ms. Zoloto?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to draw your attention to the Assembly memorandum on this item. I think it really lays out why this item is key. Particularly, it doesn't necessarily exclude the purchasing department, but it does shift how the purchasing department can be used in the selection of counsel. If required, or at the legislative branch's request, the purchasing department can absolutely assist us. It is more of the purchasing department cannot insert itself into our selection process of counsel. Additionally, I believe there is a check on this process, and the mayor always has the veto and could veto an action by this body, which would then have to potentially be overridden, but that would always be an option for action taken by the body. Finally, you know, we had a contract before us that was a sole source contract for legislative services, for legal services from a former municipal attorney, a considerable contract. We were not involved in the selection of that contract. It was sole sourced, and it was done solely within the executive branch. And I think that being able to go through that type of process or the open market process is something that needs to be inherent in the separation of powers. And additionally, we have the power as this legislative body also to waive Title VII provisions, just as the executive does under certain circumstances. So I feel like the arguments as to why not to do this really ring hollow and untrue, and based on experience, we need the ability to be as nimble and independent as the executive is in these instances. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, I have Mr. Constant in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad you pointed out the veto. There is an absolute check in our charter against the Assembly's efforts, and that is the almost unparalleled powerful veto the municipality has given the mayor. And so I think that that's a very strong check, and in fact, our only check on the other side is it's very similar. We could not fund it, but that has never happened, because this is about fair representation and having the council you want. Now, it's been suggested that we had procurements before where this has been an issue, where the purchasing director attempted to insert herself, and specifically they told us we had to choose a different attorney than the attorney we were seeking, who had all the qualifications and uniquely qualified, which gets back to that other resolution, which we'll come back to next month. We had to fight for months to get the counsel that we needed. And it was asserted just a little bit ago that we don't seek outside counsel, or it's not normal, but we are actually seeking outside counsel, both branches right now, and separate. And the reason being, and it's for a very similar case, is because everybody recognizes each branch should be able to have its choice in counsel in the context of the charter. And so I strongly urge your support on this item. It's timely.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Gates, did you still want to speak to the item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one thing to add before I was asked a question. I was going to add to what Ms. Hauser was saying about this ordinance generally in that last sentence in the S version in bold. And I simply want to point out and clarify that this is very narrowly tailored to a specific circumstance as to when there's no involvement from the purchasing department and municipal attorney, and that's that second phrase. When the assembly or legislative branch office is named as a party in litigation that's adverse to the mayor or administration, basically when it's a separation of powers issue, and we have the assembly on one side and mayor administration on the other, and that's when this process becomes very important, and that was intentionally written, drafted this way to be narrow.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Bronga?
I have not lived through what the rest of the assembly has, but I just feel like this seems like circling up the wagons for a problem when I very clearly just would like to see us move forward without the drama, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. So I am not a lawyer, and so I'm absorbing the implications of this. I think I understand, but I had a question. Again, I've not dealt with lawsuits or civil actions. And I understand that government is different and that there's certainly checks and balances and a need for separation of powers. This is, I guess, a question for maybe Assembly Council or just anybody with a law degree. If there is a civil suit with two private parties, let's say I sue my neighbor or my neighbor sues me, am I allowed to choose my neighbor's attorneys?
Well, I mean, I think we're probably in agreement, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one thing that I'd like to say before Ann has some questions for this discussion, but it seems like the Assembly, as we look back over the contracts over the last year and a half that Dean spoke of, there was no limits placed on that financially, and the mayor's office is now limited to $30,000. At some point, I guess to make this equitable, maybe the mayor's office going forward could be excused from the $30,000 limit if we're going to secure our own counsel going forward. We've never, that I can recall, secured outside counsel, so this is new ground for us, but if we were to go forward, we'd kind of like to know what the limit is, and then I'd like to, Ann wants to ask some questions here. Thanks.
Ms. Hauser, you may proceed on behalf of Mayor Bronson if Mayor Bronson has questions about the legislation proposed.
Through the chair, I think there are a lot of questions, and I think there's a path forward. I just think that it should be something that we discuss the implications of. There is no objection that the Assembly can seek outside counsel. It's just the implication of bypassing purchasing potentially, and also the situation here where it's my understanding from this that there is not a check, that based on this reading, the legislative branch can secure legal services through their chair. That means independent of anyone else, and can be for any limit, I would assume, and outside of the general knowledge of the rest of the city. And I think it calls for more questions and a time to sit down. That would be my preference.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. Mr. Constant.
So I just can't let all of the fallacies that were just expressed stand. There is no limit. The mayor can propose whatever he wants. If it exceeds $30,000, then he has to bring forward a document to the Assembly. Similarly, the Assembly must put forward a document that states how much it would be contracted for, and it would have to be approved by the body in exactly the same way. So the message you just heard was false, inaccurate, not true. The reality is that both branches have this authority. It's amazing that the mayor would say, I can't think of when we've had outside counsel. We bought them outside counsel at our last meeting for $250,000, which is double what we would have paid the person if she would have stayed working here. And so all of this information is inaccurate that they're telling you. And it's like gaslighting at this point. It's so very interesting. And so stick to the facts. The facts are, each of us, if we want to spend more than $30,000, has to bring a memorandum to the body, period, full stop. It doesn't empower the chair to hire secretly an attorney so the public wouldn't know. That's not how this works at all. What it does is it just says that Rochelle Alger does not have the authority to tell us who we pick for counsel. That's the simple act here. So don't buy all of this misinformation. I don't know if it's intentional or because she's learning, but that's not what's going on here.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Point of information, Madam Chair, or a question.
What is your question?
Yeah, just to, I think Chris and I are on a different page here. Yes, you appropriate, I think it was $250,000 to the mayor's office for...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what is your procedural question for a point of information?
The procedural question is, I'm just trying to clarify the record, and I'm not able to request to speak here. So somehow the software is not working, so I'm just trying to inject my...
Okay,
this is the right time to speak to this.
I'll put you in the queue.
Okay, thanks.
And maybe IT can see if you can remedy whatever may be going on. And actually, I was just going to say, that was, Mr. Mayor, you've been twice in the queue for debate, so has Mr. Constant. I see Mr. Gates, then Mr. Voland, and that'll be Mr. Voland's second time as well. Mr. Gates, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I need to bring this document back up. In this ordinance, I just wanted to, I want to make sure we're not mischaracterizing what it does or how the Assembly can procure legal services. This subsection K has a lot of current language that's still going to be applicable, and it is, I guess, at the bottom of page 1, the Assembly Chair, subject to the protections of competitive bidding, can determine the method of procurement to be used. So it's not determining who, it's determining the method. So whether it's sole sourced or informal bidding or open market procedure or RFP, it's selecting which method. And furthermore, in this current code language, and that's still going to be applicable, is in page 2, line 15. This sentence is really important, that any selection must be approved by the Assembly prior to commencement of work. And we've honored and followed that and brought an AM for any legal services contracts for the whole body's approval. And so I just didn't want there to be a misunderstanding that the chair can do this all, off record and so forth. It still has to be brought to the Assembly, 10,030, competitive or whatever. The Assembly still has to approve retention of outside counsel. And then the other provisions will still apply, including the dollar limits for approval of contracts, and not just for the Assemblies, for the administrations and executive branches part, for sole selection over 30,000, open market procedure over 50,000, or larger contracts where there's larger dollar amounts for competitive procurement. It still has Assembly approval.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to respond to a previous member's desire to move past the drama and just state for the record that I look forward to a day that I hope is coming soon where neither branch needs to hire outside counsel. And so I hear you on that, but I don't think that is our current day reality because of past actions. And so in the case that we would need to seek outside counsel, I think it has to be the prerogative of the Assembly to retain who we choose, just as it should be the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I'm just going to read the end of this. Notwithstanding any other provision, when the assembly or legislative branch office is named as a party in litigation adverse to the mayor or administration, the procurement selection of legal services shall be determined and conducted solely by the assembly chair or designee and shall not require engagement of the purchasing department or municipal attorney. And I guess that's the only problem that I have with this, because I would love to probably work session this and see a legal or get a legal opinion on what this means, because it really does sound like we hold the purse strings, we do whatever we want, but the mayor has to do it if it's over 30,000. Yeah, we don't have a history of holding it up, but we have that potential. And it's just like I tell my kid, I'm not against you having a bike, I'm just not gonna buy it. Good luck with that. I'm not telling him he can't have a bike. I'm not just literally, I'm just not gonna pay for it. And so, you know, that may not be the history. That's the problem I have with this. I understand and I agree with it, but I don't think that it's, I think further investigation before I'll have to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Bronson, you've already spoken twice to this item, so I'm going to say no other members in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 8-3 with the youth member voting yes. Next item we have before us is item 14G, ordinance number AO 2023-58, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 27.40.010 to establish the provision of municipal cemeteries as a power exercised on an area-wide basis.
Waive reading.
Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I wanted to move public hearing as well as this item to, did I say June 20th?
Second.
Okay, so the motion before us is a motion to postpone and move the public hearing to June 20th by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Voland. Mr. Cross, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I received an email this morning that Assembly Council was working on an S version that clarified kind of the process by which cemeteries are funded. We haven't done it in over 100 years, and apparently the way it's codified in code is a little messy, and they're still ironing it out. So they're working on an S version. They just asked us to move that to the 20th, and that way the public is giving testimony on something that's a finished product. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone the item and public hearing to the meeting of June 20th.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
The item passes 11-0 with the youth member voting yes. The next item we have before us is item 14H, ordinance number AO 2023-50, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Chapters 21.03, Review and Appeal Procedures 21.04, Zoning Districts 21.07, Development Design Standards, and 21.15, Rules of Construction and Definitions in order to amend the Site Access Development Standards and achieve comprehensive plan goals for infill and redevelopment housing and accessible land use. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of June 20th.
Second.
We have a motion to postpone by Mr. Voland and seconded by Mr. Cross to the meeting of June 20th. Mr. Voland?
So this is a really big item with lots of Title 21 detail, and I've been briefed on it because this makes Title 21 changes to certain parts of Anchorage, and most of those parts are areas where I have community councils, so I've seen this presentation multiple times, but other members haven't, and so I think it'd be good to do a deep dive on some of this. Also, Tom Davis in the planning department, who's the mastermind behind this, is out of town at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I would ask the sponsor, Mr. Voland, if he would consider maybe we push it out to July 11th as well as refer it to an additional CDC meeting, just so we can get clarifications and stuff, because I would love to dig into this at depth also, and it is pretty comprehensive. I also want to see if this, we have a housing summit and we have some other things, if there's any overlap or anything that we're doing so we're not producing redundancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Brawley.
Can I respond? He wanted to know if I would change my motion.
I was going to move through the queue, and then I'm going to see if you wanted to change your motion after that, if that's okay. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, yeah, I would certainly welcome the opportunity to understand this better and also to be able to ask questions. I'm a planner and I know how to read zoning code, and it's a lot. And so I believe that it would be helpful. And I am indifferent as far as the date, so I would welcome whatever the CEDC chair would recommend.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Boland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am fine with changing my motion to postpone until the first meeting in July. However, I would request that we do a specific work session on this, just to the length and detail. If the CEDC wants to take it up, great, but I'm thinking work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Does Mr. Cross, does the second agree to July 11th? Yes. Mr. Cross indicates yes. So the motion before us is now a motion to postpone to a time certain of July 11th. Would you like to speak to that, Mr. Cross?
I just wanted the people to realize this is how thick it is. This is the code change they're talking about. And so it would be great to have a little deeper conversation about it. There's a whole forest that went in today's presentation, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2023-50 to July 11.
Mr. Constant.
Yes. Yes.
That item passes 11-0 with the youth member voting yes. Don't play hooky on that work session, folks. I know summer will be here. All right. Next item before us is item 14I, ordinance number AO 2023-52, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 17, Animals, to clarify meaning by amendment. Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone and continue the public hearing to the meeting of June 20th.
There is a motion.
Second.
Thank you. There is a motion to postpone and continue the public hearing to the meeting of June 20th by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So usually with Title 17 ordinances, we have one or more work sessions before we get to a vote, as these tend to be somewhat controversial. I think we have gotten a few emails and communications that do lead me to believe that there are some issues that we need to deal with this particular ordinance. We haven't had a chance to really dig into it yet, so I think it makes sense for us to postpone for a couple meetings to allow us to have a work session and hear from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Voland.
Actually, Madam Chair, you can take me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bronca?
I'm worried we're kicking something down the road a little further, and this animal control Title 17's been in the works for quite a while, and I imagine that a lot of you had plenty of emails from people, as I did, and so I think we should just take care of it.
Thank you, Ms. Bronca. Seeing no other members in the queue, members...
Madam Chair, I put myself back in,
sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Voland.
Kind of on the heels of Ms. Bronca, I'm also okay with moving forward with this item tonight. I'm not in support of it, but I think we could have the debate tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. All right. Let me just double check all portions of the queue here to make sure. All right. So seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone and continue public hearing to June 20.
Mr. Constant?
No.
That item does not pass at the vote of 6-5 and the youth member voting no. So we will now go ahead and open the public hearing. Public testimony on AO 2023-52 is now open. Would anyone like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Motion to postpone indefinitely has been made by Mr. Voland and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Would you like to speak to your motion, Mr. Voland?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I'm not in support of this. I think it's overbroad. I think actually the original code is what I would prefer. I think saying does not impact the general public in 17.10.10, so page 3, line 20 is just sort of unrealistic. And then also, a leash per animal must be in possession of the custodian. Activities that are not allowed under control by command include, but are not limited to, hiking, walking, biking, or skiing. So I can certainly appreciate the need for leashes on the coastal trail, or there's a lot of traffic. And a lot of people interacting, a lot of animals interacting. But my reading of this to say that you essentially can't have your animal off leash anywhere in Anchorage to hike, walk, bike, or ski, for me is just, it's a bridge too far. And so, yeah, I just can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Bronga?
I had someone email me, and I agreed with them, by them putting controlled by e-collars as a suitable use instead of a leash. It has the potential to make Anchorage a giant off-leash dog park, and e-collars need training. They're not something you just throw around your animal's neck and push the button. If you use the controls and your animal is too close to another dog or a person, they could perceive that that person was the one that was hurting them and bite so they could lash out because of that. So I think that just willy-nilly people grabbing e-collars so that they can run around town without a leash would be a big mistake.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, so I am not a dog owner, so I don't have a dog in this fight, so to speak. I had to do it, sorry. But I do hear what others are saying, and I think fundamentally the issue is being a good neighbor, right? I mean, it's when your dog is off leash, should be under control. I've been bitten by my neighbor's dog in the past. Luckily, it didn't turn into anything worse. But the question is always, do you put something like that in the code, and then how do you enforce it versus something that you maybe would say is social enforcement or encouragement. There's other avenues, and I think it is incumbent on dog owners to be responsible dog owners, picking up your waste. I know that's certainly a discussion this time of year. Anyway, all that to say, I think there could be code changes that are merited. I think it's difficult to say if this is the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to thank the Animal Control Advisory Board for their work on this, because I know this has been something that we've seen multiple iterations of this. Part of the rationale for my postponement was to see if we can meet with them and have a good work session on this. But seeing as that wasn't the will of the body, I won't be supporting. I will be supporting this motion, not supporting the ordinance. And if the Animal Control Advisory Board does want to try this again, I would urge them to make sure that we have a really strong public process with regards to this particular ordinance, because I think it was a little bit weakening the public process for this ordinance. And I think the more we have a better informed public and go through a good public process and work with the assembly in advance, hopefully we'll actually be able to get something that can maybe have community support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I also support the motion to postpone, and I agree with Ms. Bronga's comments regarding perhaps placing
more faith in e-collars than is merited, but also especially with Mr. Vollen's comments about how this is overly broad and where it would seem to restrict or prohibit walking a dog off leash anywhere within Anchorage. I live on a quiet street. Most of the people walk down the street have their dogs off leash. I've rarely seen it create a problem, and I think most of us are okay with that. And frankly, even if we're not, if there's no reasonable enforcement mechanism, I don't see why we should codify something where we have neither the ability nor, in all likelihood, the intent to enforce it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I really wish we had got the time extension where we could have dug in this too, because I'm probably not going to support it the way it stands, but I think it's an important conversation. I have 3 rescue dogs. We had to train them. They were just wild animals that were starved and, had basically just survived on the streets and dumpsters, and we had to train them. And we were very successful with e-collars. But e-collar is just like someone on a leash. If you're not, I've had people with dogs on leashes and they can't control them just because the dog's stronger than they are and dragging them around or run in front of my bike and tie me up in a leash and stuff. So, it all comes back to the responsibility of the owner. And perhaps what this looks like on the other side is something where if you're apprehensive about e-collars, then it's a certification process that as an individual goes through a series of exercise with the dogs to say that you're permitted to e-collar and be off leash in our parks, so that you're not a threat, or so that people, that dog is truly safe, because not all dogs respond to e-collars equally. So I agree, maybe it needs to go through a better public process and more engagement, another work session, our long list of work sessions, or we have, more involvement with our community councils. But yeah, I'll probably not support this, although I really think it's important legislation somehow on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thank you very much. I just want to underscore comments made by Ms. Brawley and Mr. Johnson that in some ways this is asking for social enforcement, but it's also creating law and restrictions. But we have a historic pattern of changing the code and expecting new behavior, but not investing anything in enhanced enforcement activities. I've long asked for the contractor to just do intermittent visits to the dog park and ticket people who don't pick up their waste. Intermittent enforcement is very powerful, but we are unable to even afford that with the budget we've provided. And so adding more burden to the enforcement process, I think, it's irrational.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Before I go to you, Mr. Vollen, go to Mr. Tyrell, because he hasn't had a chance to speak.
I think it'd be somewhat unreasonable to say that an animal must be on leash in public areas like trails, because in my family we have a few dogs and we like to take them to the Bartlett trails from time to time to play fetch and walk them. And when we do that, there are other animals on the trails because it's public space. There are going to be wild animals. There are going to be other people's dogs. And it just doesn't seem reasonable to say that your animal must be on a leash to be out in public.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that if the Animal Control Advisory Board were to bring this back in sort of a different form, my encouragement to them would be more specific about where you are or are not allowed to have an animal off leash, and just to say nowhere except for certain dog parks. I just think that that's not realistic. Maybe it's feet from a paved trail. Maybe that's something a little bit more specific and perhaps a little bit more enforceable. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I see Mr. Colhase in the queue. Would you like to speak, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Kent will take this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a brief comment. A lot of interest in this, and I don't think any objection really to postponing it. I did want to point out that the electronic caller language, although it may appear new, it's really replacing the language on page 2 in section 3, line 12, which was very limited. So it provides I think, more explanation about when e-collars could be used, but it doesn't add the e-collar provision, that provision existed previously. So just for future consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2023-52 indefinitely.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0 with the youth member voting yes. Now before us we have item 14J, ordinance number AO 2023-55, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage to update the municipality's property assessed clean energy program by amending Anchorage Municipal Code 12.75, amending AR 2020.328, and renaming the program to include resilience consistent with the State of Alaska statute. Public testimony on this item is now open. Would anyone like to be heard? Please come forward. You'll want to press the green button there on the mic base, and then please state your name and the area of town or where you're from, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Anchorage Assembly. Thank you, City Management. This is Jane Liu. My name is Tom Newkranz. We represent a company named Global Pacific Capital. We flew here today to speak in support of item 14J, as we're discussing amending Municipal Code 12.75 and amending AR 2020-328 to include resilience in your CPACE program. Over the past couple of years, we've worked to assist Melanie Lucas Conwell and Shana Kilcoyne, but admittedly they don't need much help from us. They're very good. We are working with a large number of Anchorage developers to bring CPACE financing to their ground up and to their renovation commercial real estate projects. So thank you, Melanie, thank you, Shana, and thank you to the Assembly for your support.
Great, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
We have a motion to approve by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Voland. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AO 2023-55.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0 with the youth member voting yes. That concludes our public hearings. We have no quasi-judicial or administrative matters. That brings us to audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. During audience participation, Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. Would anyone like to participate? Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
This is on.
Yep. Can you just pull it down a little bit closer to you? There you go.
Good evening. My name is Carla Nusinganya, and I live in Midtown. And I was here a couple weeks ago, and I was given a card for you, Meg Zalatel, and I left that message there. I have not received anything from the Assembly, any answers or anything like that. And I didn't know, a lot of the Assembly members weren't here, and then there's new Assembly members. And so I was, again, coming here to find out, who do I talk to about what happened here? And again, I'm just kind of stunned, and I don't know where to go, I don't know who to talk to, and all of the people that I call don't call me back. And so again, this is something like, when I got the cut-up greeting card in the mail, when I got the bomb threat on the phone, when I got my house shot up, 8 shots in the front of the house, when somebody tried to burn it down. All of this legal here in the municipality in the state of Alaska. And I don't believe that it is legal, but yet there's a whole bunch of corruption that's going on, and I don't know who to talk to, I don't know what to do, because APD and the municipality made a real big mistake. And again, I didn't do it, but yet nobody wants to talk about it. Well, if you didn't want to talk about it, you shouldn't have, done it. Because, I'm still waiting for APD to answer the questions. I sent a note to Police Chief Curl, and I get the officer who wrote the falsified police report calling me, telling me that Police Officer Curl wanted me to call you. And then he starts rambling on about stuff that I didn't write it. He just made it up. So who do I talk to? Who stops this illegal activity from happening? I don't know. I don't know where to go. I don't know who to talk to. And I just want it to stop because, again, a whole bunch of illegal activity happening here. And I don't want to be a part of it. And I wasn't a part of it. And so I appreciate somebody, anybody. Do I talk to the attorney at the municipality? Do I talk to the mayor? Do I talk to the assembly? Who do I talk to stop this activity from happening? Because it's not even close to being funny. And so I don't know, like I said, I just like to know who do I talk to, what happens. And, because it's all going to federal court. Nobody had any evidence. Nobody had anything. But yet, I spent 5 days in jail without my rights being read to me. And the state of Alaska falsified some documents that the Social Security Administration will and has to reconfirm. And again, sorry, I am good.
Thank
you.
For
have
your
a good
testimony.
evening.
If you would like to wait until the conclusion of the meeting, which will be very shortly, I will come speak to you afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to participate? Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My legal name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, transgender 13 years. I'm here today because, well, first of all, earlier I asked a question about clarification of where location of the lot was. We don't have computers to be able to verify all these things, to be able to go as fast as you guys go. So I'm going to speak even faster so you can understand how hard it is to understand as a public, whenever you're talking things about your legality, to be able to understand exactly where we need to go. When I was trying to have you clarify for not only me, but for everybody else, to be able to have audience participation. Now moving forward, over here off 40th and Denali, I don't know what lot number it is, but I know right across the street from McCuddy Park, we have a massive homeless problem, a homeless problem that feeds right into our drugless problem. Our drug problem is we're estimated to lose at least 200 lives or not more this year. You guys are going through the red tape bit by bit. And I'm here to tell you, I'm from the street, I am in the street, I am jobless, I am homeless, and I am this way because I'm here to help you guys. I'm either going to here to help you guys or hold you valuable to the aspect of being a service, not in business. Now, if you guys want to explain, clarify from the mayor's office to you all, to the public, so we can understand why you guys are moving 1,000 miles an hour in your language, not in ours, it would be very helpful. Moving forward, I am asking for permission from the assembly so that I can get assistance by other service members of the community, other businesses, if we can turn this into a camp in a design to help save lives. I have a diagram here of what I'm looking for. I don't know how to file it. I don't know any way of doing it. I don't have a computer. I barely have any electricity. My home's been violated twice in the last 48 hours, and I'm doing everything I can to help this city save lives. I'm willing to give myself a C rating grade if I can keep it to where it's 250 or less. Now I'm here to ask, what are you guys willing to do to help me? I'm waiting. Obviously, you have no answer, just like you didn't have an answer the location of the lot I was asking for, ma'am, that you didn't take the time to clarify. Now, as a citizen, we have 3 minutes to make our speech. You guys have taken hours to ask things about simple things with red tape where we don't even understand your all's language. We are the citizens of Anchorage. We are the ones that make sure you have payment. How about you help us understand the way you speak? because we can only speak so many languages with the time that we have at 120 hours a week to be able to afford $60 meals to the grocery store, as it is literally getting so expensive we cannot live in this city. And ask yourself, when there's no citizens left, what job do you have? Again, I ask, can I get the council's approval or somebody to look at this so that way we can have a camp to house 50 to 250, as I've been on K-Well 17 times. The city is agreeing with me. If anybody would like to talk with me, I'll be available after this meeting.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak or participate? Anyone else? All right. We'll move on to assembly comments. We will start on the phone with Mr. Constant.
Just thanks, everybody, and Madam Chair, excellent first meeting to chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Martinez.
Well done tonight, Madam Chair, and good job, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comments tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Bronga.
No comment?
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No comment.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, congrats to the new members on your first full regular assembly meeting. And hopefully it is a new norm for us to get out this early, but I'm not sure I'd count on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Meg, your first time at chair, I think you set a land speed record for the first time I can remember in years. Congratulations. You deserve a trophy.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am likewise in awe but not surprised of your efficiency. Also, congrats to the new members. You guys did really great tonight. I appreciate all of your contributions to the discussion. I want to harken back briefly to what I said earlier about looking forward to a day with less outside counsel. And I want to highlight that I think that that day is now, and we are having a lot of positive momentum in that direction. I want to sincerely thank the mayor for joining my resolution on the regional technology hubs, as well as for joining our resolution on making the request for the state and federal government to step up and help support us. I also want to thank the mayor for recently dialoguing with downtown business owners on their public safety concerns, and for renewed efforts in helping the Golden Lion move forward. One more thing, I want to thank the mayor for allowing members of his administration to join our behavioral health and sanctioned camping task forces. Their input has been particularly valuable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. They say that the best way to learn is by doing, and I know the Assembly does a lot, so I've been learning a lot, and I look forward to continue learning. And thank you to all the members for a great meeting. Also, just to circle back to the biking topic, it was really meaningful for me to be able to have my first, I guess, official action on this body being Bike to Work, because this is the city that I started biking to work way back in 2011. And it's not the safest city to bike in, as members of Bike Anchorage said earlier, but we can make it better. And so I'll encourage my colleagues and the community as a whole to participate in Bike to Work Day. Even if you don't work that day, it's on a Friday, but come out, there's treats along the trail in the morning and I believe in the afternoon, and I would love to see my fellow members heading downtown on their bikes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll concur. Congratulations on your first meeting. Also thank Chairs Felix and Cross. Excellent job. So to the new members, you kind of saw we got some sausage making, right? So when you see something coming forward, that's why we have work sessions, to try to work these details out and create better alignment or better sausage prior to doing it here on the dais and tying us up, because we get restricted here. So just, I guess, a word of advice. If you have a tough issue, just have a work session on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Madam Chair, I want to add my compliments to you for running a real good meeting tonight. It looks like I will be getting to bed at normal times, so now I'm really regretting that double espresso I had a few hours ago. So, but thank you anyways.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you all. Well done, new members. I think you've all got the hang of it. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, we're adjourned.